Hello everyone, welcome to a brand new coding tutorial on how to build a landing page using React and Tailwind CSS. In this video, I'll be walking you guys through the process of setting up a new React project, integrating Tailwind CSS, and building a sleek and modern landing page. Whether you're new to React or an experienced developer, this tutorial will be providing you with the tools and knowledge you would need to create your own landing page. In addition, I will also be guiding you on how to deploy your landing page to a web hosting platform called Netlify and make it available online. And along with that, I will also be attaching this particular UI design Figma's link with this video so that you will be able to refer to the UI design that I have used while developing this particular landing page. And you can also access the source code of this particular entire project with this particular video. And without any further delay, let's get started. Alright everyone, so let's get started by setting up our project. So first of all, let's go to TailwindCSS.com. And in TailwindCSS.com, we are able to click on Get Started right here. And once we have clicked on Get Started, we'll be able to go to this page here where it has all the guidelines on setting up the project. So let's go to Framework Guides here. I'm going to be making use of White.js, and White.js is what we're going to be making because that's the fastest way to set up your project. So in this case, I like to go take the first step here, which is create your project using create white. So I have to copy the first line of the code like this, and I have to head back to my desktop, and I have to open my terminal, and I have to paste it right here. And as you can see here, this particular line of command here is basically to create a file called my project, and I'll have to replace this name my project to landing page, something like this, and press enter, and there you go. Right now your project has already been created. Right now all you have to do is just need to install the dependencies that required. So all you have to do is just need to copy all of these lines of code here and just paste it right here, and yeah, just click on paste anyway, and it will be running all the installation that it requires. And there you go. Next thing, you just need to run this particular file like this, and you are able to click on your file like this, and there you go. Right now your file is running like this. And let's go back to our Tailwind and let's see what's the next step. And the next step here, you should be installing the Tailwind CSS framework libraries directly into your React project by copying this. And of course, let's go back to our desktop here, and you'll find your folder has already been created, and let's open it in VS Code. And this particular project which we have just created, all you have to do is just need to open our terminal, new terminal, and inside your terminal here, just paste the line that you have just copied, which is this, and just press enter. And right now you are just installing Tailwind CSS library directly into your React project, and this will be your second step you should be doing right after setting up your React project. And there you go, which we have just installed Tailwind CSS into your React project. Now let's go to the next step, and the next step here is to actually copy these lines of code, which is here, this content here, and we just need to go to our tailwind.config.cjs file inside our React project, and which is here, and all you have to do is just need to paste it on top of content like this, and that's it. Let's click save, and let's go to the next step. And the next step, we also need to copy and paste this three directives to your CSS. So all you have to do is just copy all of this, and you need to look for index.css file, which is here, and all you have to do is just need to paste at the first part of your line like this, and the rest of the lines you can actually comment them out, so like this. So just click save, and let's see the next step here. So the next step is just to run this particular terminal. So let's run it, npm run dev, press enter, and just control click on your link here, and there you go. Right now this is your code here. So you also need to have this particular last step, which is just to copy this boilerplate template, and just need to go to our app.jsx and just paste it like this, and let's click save. Let's open our browser, and there you go. Right now you have a simple React project together with Tailwind CSS included, and that's it for this part of the video. Alright, now that we have already set up our React project together with Tailwind CSS, let's head back and start working on the project. So let's go to the UI design, and in this UI design here, the first component that we would like to create is this particular navbar component right here. So all you have to do, just need to create a simple navbar that is really responsive to all the screen sizes of our React project. So let's head back to our code, and in our app.jsx here, I would like to replace this whole code here, and I like to remove all of this code. I like to say RAFCE and press enter, and there you go. Right now we have just created a simple boilerplate functional component. So if you can't find the RAFCE short key, you must be able to install an extension for React which is called ES7, which you will be able to find it once you have installed that particular extension. And right now what you can do here, we need to create a new component called navbar. We need to create a new folder called components, and inside this components folder we need to be creating a new file called navbar.jsx. And this navbar.jsx, we're also going to be implementing the functional component boilerplate using RAFCE. Press enter, and there you go. Right now we already have this navbar, and all you have to do, just need to create another new file called index.js. So in this, I like to create a new file called index.js. So inside index.js, we would like to export the components that are actually being stored inside this components folder. So first of all, I like to import navbar like this, and also I need to export navbar from this file as well. So let's say export, open curly braces, navbar. Simple like this. So once you're able to make this particular navbar to be available from this index.js, you'll be easily accessible from app.jsx. So all you have to do, just need to go back to app.jsx and need to import navbar. Just type import, open curly braces, and type navbar, and you'll be able to find it's coming from components like this. And the next thing is that all you have to do, you need to open this particular div here. We need to remove app, and we can actually import this particular navbar component directly into our return function here. So all you have to do, just need to create a component called navbar, and it has to be a self-closing components like this. So next thing is that let's click save, and we need to make sure we save all, and let's head back to our browser, and there you go. Right now you get to see your navbar is actually being displayed inside your app.jsx. This is the first step of how we would like it to be created. So first of all, in order to create a navbar, it has to be a full length rectangular shaped component. So let's create a simple rectangular shape, and in our code, let's go inside our navbar component like this, click, and in our navbar component we are able to set the code for navbar. So first of all, we need to be making sure we open the outermost div here, and we're going to be giving a class name to this, and in this particular div is where we're going to be placing the basic layouts, which will be including the background color, the size, as well as the height, and of course the width as well. So for in this case, the width is going to be full, width equals to full, and we can also add some height equals to 80 pixels. Okay, as you can see here, this particular height, where we can actually get it from the design here. For example, let's say this is the design here. All you have to do, just need to find the design, the height of this navbar here. In this case, it's 96 here, so I'll place 96 here as well. In this case, I like to say the height is going to be 96, and I like to make sure that the background has to be white. So in this case, I like to say background equals to white, and also like need to be having a border at the bottom. So in this case, I like to say border bottom, and let's click save, and there you go. Right now we happen to have a simple navbar like this, and there you go. This is a simple navbar which we have just created, and as you can see here, this particular height is too big, and all you have to do is just we are able to reduce it to from 96 here. Let's give like around 80 pixels, and that should do. And that's the reason why we have choose 80 pixels, and there you go. Right now we have just created a simple auto layout of this navbar here, because as you can see there is a border bottom here. And the next thing we're going to be making sure is that, as you can see, this particular components are all within a smaller container, and this container will be, you are able to extract it from this layout grid here. So you can see here, these elements are actually within container, where it does not actually overlap here and as well as here as well. So this is a simple container that we should be following, we should be creating as well. So let's create a simple container. So inside this particular full width here, inside this particular main outer div here, we're going to be creating another div, and in this div we're going to be having a class name as well, and this class name we're going to be making sure that we actually placed a maximum width max-w, and we're going to be placing custom width, for example 1240 pixels like this. And this particular maximum width is actually coming from the width of this particular group here, which is around here. As you can see, this is 1480. So this is the one we should be doing. So 1480. And next thing, also we try to make sure that I'll have to add some border to make sure where is it actually is. For example, let's say add border, and I would also like to give some border color. Border equals to black. And there you go. Right now you're able to see this particular border here. And this is the border that shows the container. And there you go. Right now this is your container here, this black color border here. And as you can see here, this particular container is not actually in the center. That's why you are able to see some empty space here. So all you have to do is just need to shift this particular container to the center. And all we need to do, just need to add margin auto like this. And just click save. And look at the browser here, you're able to see there's some gap in between here. So this is how you're able to make some simple container here. And inside this container as well, we're replacing all the components that are required. For example, the logo, the buttons, and the menu. And let's add more styling. For example, let's add the width and the height here as well. So as you can see here, all you have to do is just instead of this border here, I like to remove this border for a while, and I like to place width equals to full as well as height equals to full. And I would also like to use flex to arrange all the items. For example, the logo, the navbar. So in this case, I have to use flex. Display equals to flex. So it's gonna be saying flex like this. And this flex also comes along with justify between properties, which to make sure that your components are aligned properly. So in this case, I have to use justify between, and also I have to make sure the items that I actually place it inside here to be aligned to the center. That's why I use item center. And let's click save, and there you go. Right now, next thing is to actually add those three elements, which are the logo, the navigation bar, and the login sign up button. So let's add the logo first. So the logo is actually an image, so I have to create an image tag here, and it's a self-closing tag. And this inside this image will be calling the source like this. And I like to call the image that is coming from my assets folder. And I have already imported all the resources that I'll be using within this project. And you are able to find libraries of items that actually will be used inside this entire project. I've already listed out inside my source code in the description below. All you have to do is just need to copy all the assets and just need to paste it inside your project file. For example, like here, as you can see here, I already have all the required assets. All you need to do is just need to import every single one of the assets. So first of all, in this case, I like to import logo here. So all you need to do is just need to go to the top here, just need to import logo, import curly braces, and just type logo like this. And this logo is coming from /assets, something like this. Just need to use this logo name here, just copy this, just need to paste it inside the source like this, and that's it. Let's click save, and there you go. Right now you're able to see this particular image here, which is just a simple logo I've just used. This is a text here, and this is how we are able to make use of image tag here. So that's the first step here. And I would also like to give some styling to this particular logo image here. So I have to say class name like this, and inside our class name I would like to specify the width and the height of this particular logo. And inside this class name, all you have to do is just need to give this height is equals to 25 pixels, and that's it. And that's the only thing we would be needing for this particular logo image here. And next, I would like to add list of menu here right below this logo tag. Let's create another div here, and inside the second div, I would like to add a list of menu. Since it requires to use a list of items, so I like to use display equals to flex. So just going to be saying flex, and the items are going to be aligned center, something like this. And inside this particular tag, I'll be having a list of items. So I'll be using ul/li tag like this. This is the ul, and inside ul I need to place li, and this li will be having all the list of menu that I'll be using. For this case, the first menu is going to be home, and let me just copy paste the entire list like this. And there you go. Right now, just need to replace all the home with give it proper name, and there you go. Let's click save. As you can see here, this is not actually how we wanted it to look like. So we need to take this particular div here. Okay, I think I've been placing it in the wrong position here. Just need to take the whole div which you have just created. We need to place right below the image tag, right below here, just to make sure that, because we are actually placing it inside this particular div here. So we need to place it directly below this particular image tag like this. So just need to place it like this, and then right now you need to click save. And there you go. But then you can see that this particular list of items is not actually aligned horizontally. So that's why I like to add some styling to make it horizontally aligned. So that in this case, I like to go to UL here, add some class name. I would like to add flex, and let's click save. And there you go. Right now you're able to see this. All these menu items are actually aligned horizontally. And also I like to give some gap in between them. So I like to give gap equals to 4. And let's click save. Okay, right now we're already done with the second component, and let's go to the third component, which is to have the sign up and login button. And just need to go directly below this div here, second div which I've just created, and just need to create another div. In this div I have to add 2 buttons. So in this case I have to add 2 button tags separately, something like this. And these 2 button tags, as you can see inside our UI design, both of these buttons are actually totally different. The first button has an icon here, but the second button does not happen to have an icon. So all you have to do is just need to add an icon for the first button, and for the second button we don't need to add anything, just need to change this particular background color, and that's it. And let's head back to our code. Okay, so I have to add login inside here in the first button, and in our second button I like to say sign up for free, and let's click save. And there you go. Right now you don't see any styling to your buttons, it's just an empty text. And all you have to do is just need to add some styling. Since for the second button the color is going to be green color, so I have to add class name, and inside class name I have to say BG, and it's going to be a custom color. So I need to make sure I open the square bracket, and this particular color code is where we're going to be getting it from the UI design itself. And all you have to do is just need to click on this button and look for its color here, color code here, copy this and head back to our browser, and just need to paste it inside this particular code here, just like this. And let's click save. And there you go. Right now you just happen to see a simple, very minimal button like this, but then it's not how it's supposed to look like. Let's add more styling, and of course I like to add some padding. For example, like to make it the button to become a bit more bigger. So in this case I have to say padding x-axis first. So px padding x-axis of 8, and it looks something like this. I also like to add some padding of y-axis, py equals to 3. Let's click save, and as you can see here your button happens to make it a bit more bigger. And the next thing is to make sure it happen to have some rounded corners. So all you have to do is just need to add rounded styling. For example, just have to say rounded, and the size is going to be MD, medium. Let's click save, and there you go. Right now your button is actually happen to have a smooth corners like this. And I also like to give some padding. Also like to make a spacing between these 2 buttons here. As you can see, there's no spacing between the buttons, so I like to give some spacing, some padding for the login button as well. So let's go to our login button. Let's add some class name, and we'll be giving the same. But before that, let's go back to our UI. And as you can see here, our login button happened to be a bit more different. It happened to have a simple log icon here, so we need to import a log icon together with the button here. And before that, let's make it these 2 into a group where you are able to have some gap in between. I like to have these 2 buttons to be having a class name, and I like to give them flex. And I would also like to import the log icon from here. Just need to say log like this, and just need to import it inside our button, inside right beside our login button. And we're going to be importing an image tag right inside our button, our login button. So this particular image tag will be able to use source called the log icon, and we're just going to be calling log like this. And there you go. Right now you're able to see the log icon here, but then it's not how it's supposed to be arranged like this. So we need to add some class name to this button here, and this styling should, I have to add some positioning styling, for example flex. And once you have added flex, you must be able to make them to be justified between the alignment. Okay, once you have added these 2 properties, you need to add item center, and let's click save. And here this particular button will be having a transparent background, so I have to say BG transparent. Okay, and I also like to add some padding inside the button, so I will say px equals to 6, and there you go. and I also like to add some gap in between them. So in this case I have to say gap equals to 2, and there you go. Right now we already have another button like this. And I would also like to change the color of the text of the green color button to white. So as you can see, all you have to do, just need to go here and just say text equals to white, and there you go. Right now you're also able to make the font to become bold. Just need to add font equals to bold, and there you go. Right now we have just created a simple container containing all the 3 components that we would be needing. And here, as you can see here, when we were to make the screen to become a different size or smaller size, for example, let's say if I were to change the size of the screen, as you can see here, this is not how we wanted it to look like. For example, this is not, because this is not mobile responsive. So we need to make sure that we add some more styling to make it mobile friendly. So that's why I have more features to add. Alright, so let's get started with applying mobile responsiveness. So in this case, first of all, when we shrink our screen size, for example, like this, from, let's say if I were to shrink it to a bit more smaller size, look, I don't want these 2 components to be visible. For example, this menu and this button, I don't want them to be visible when the screen size has been shrunk to mobile version. So all you have to do, just need to say hidden for both of this. For example, this is the menu here. So the class name here, I like to say hidden, and this hidden, okay, so when I put hidden, it does not happen to be visible like this. So what you can do here, we can actually, instead of making hidden not all the time, we can actually make it hidden only when the screen size is small. So in this case, what you can do, we can make it only when the screen size is medium size screen to and above, it should be flex. So I like to say, I like to bring this hidden here, bring it to the front here, right here. And as you can see here, this particular hidden will be running most of the time, and only when the screen size is medium size screen and above, it should be using flex. So that's what I'll be using. So in this case, all you need to do, just need to add MD and then like this MD colon. So what does it even means is that only when your screen size is medium size screen and above, you should be having flex, and if it was for anything else, it would be hidden. Okay, as you can see here, right now this is your screen is actually small. When I expand the screen, you'll be able to see the menu here only, and then if you are able to shrink the screen, now you won't be seeing the menu here. So this is what I would like to apply. So I like to apply the same thing here. I like to copy hidden and flex from here, and I like to paste it the exact same thing for buttons as well, like this. And let's click save, and there you go. Right now your screen size is small, and hence you find them invisible. When I increase the size, they are actually visible. This is what responsive even means. So the next thing is that instead of having these 2 elements to be hidden, we can actually make them into a mobile version, a mobile friendly UI just for users are able to access the menu and the buttons. So I would like to create another div right below this button div here. So I'm going to be creating another div right here. And inside this div is where I would like to place a hamburger menu, and hamburger menu will be the one where we are able to click on it and it opens the sidebar menu. And inside the sidebar menu is where we will be having all the buttons for login and sign up, as well as the menu. And that's what we'll be doing. First of all, let's add a simple hamburger menu on our right hand side. So inside this div, I like to call image like this. So let's say image source like this. So let's say image source. And inside this image source, I would like to have my hamburger menu icon, which is actually already been imported inside the assets. So all you have to do, just need to call it from here. So in this case, all you have to do, just need to look for this particular hamburger menu SVG icon here, and all you have to do, just import it directly from this particular import that we have already imported. So just need to add hamburger menu like this. So, and then after you have imported on the top here, we are able to directly call it from your code like this. So go to our image source here. All you do, just replace this with hamburger menu like this. So hamburger menu will be able to have an icon that looks like a menu like this. For example, this, as you can see here, only this particular icon will show up only when your screen size should be smaller. And let's add that particular styling effect. All you have to do, just need to add a class name. And inside the class name, all you have to do, only when the screen size is medium and above, for example like this, it should be hidden. So this does not actually overlap with the ones that are actually showing when it is not mobile version. And next, as you can see here, this particular container is actually not having some gap around them. So I like to add some gap so that it has some padding. So all you have to do is just go back to our containers code here, which is the second div here. And inside the second div here, we're going to be making this particular, the big container only will apply when the screen size is medium and big. For example, I need to say MD. I mean, the screen size is medium and above, this particular container size should be applied. And the next is if it's for mobile version, we can actually add a smaller container, and all you do just need to be copy like this. Once you've copied, you can just paste it like here, and this will be a smaller container. For example, I'm just going to be saying around like 600 pixels, and let's click save, and there you go. Right now you happen to have some gap around this particular container, so this is what I would like to add. And the next thing is that I would like to have like a on-click function. So when I click on this particular hamburger menu, this hamburger menu should be turned into a cross icon, so that it will be like whenever when you click on hamburger menu, it must be showing a side menu. And then if you want to close that side menu, you need to click on that close icon, and that's when we are able to make it interactive way to actually access your navbar. So that's what I like to do next. So in this case, I need to import the next icon, which is it's a close icon. So I need to go back to my import here. Need to import close icon like this, and all you have to do just need to be having, okay, right now you might be thinking where should we be placing the close icon, because this close icon will be replacing this particular hamburger menu only when it is being clicked, right? So we need to make sure that we are able to keep track of the click. So we're going to be making use of used state to keep track of click, and that click will determine whether it should show a hamburger menu or a close icon. So that's what I like to do. I like to create a new useState function at the top here, right above the return function like this. And in here, I would like to initialize this useState function. So in this case, I have to say const. And inside this const, I'll be placing a square bracket, and inside the square bracket I'll be having two elements, which is the first one is going to be the variable, which is just going to be a toggle. So in this case, it's going to be saying toggle like this, and after toggle I need to be making sure the second element, it has to be to set this particular variable. So in this case, I have to say set toggle, something like this. And of course, we need to be using useState function, so we need to make sure to use useState equals to useState. We need to initialize it with initial value of this toggle buttons, because this particular toggle is going to be a boolean value. It's either going to be a true or false. Like let's say if it's true, it's going to be making sure it's opened, and false is going to be closed. So and vice versa. I have to initialize this particular toggle variable as false. Alright, so right now we have already made this particular useState variable called toggle. So all you have to do is only when we click on this particular button called hamburger menu, this toggle will become active, and when we click again, it should be inactive, or it should be opposite to what it has been in the previous state. So that's what this basic idea of toggle is all about. And let's head back to our hamburger menu icon here. So also we need to add some on-click function like this. And inside this on-click function, we'll be placing the function where we are able to handle the click. So I'm just going to say handle click, and this particular handle click function is what we will be using to make the change from true to false. That's what I'll be doing next. So I need to copy this handle click function name like this, and I need to go to the top, and right below this toggle here, I like to paste it. And right below here, I must be able to define a new function called handle click. So in this case, I have to say const handle click, and this handle click should be having a function. It's an arrow function, by the way. And this particular arrow function is the one that makes the change. For example, let's say we are able to change the state from the set toggles state from false to true. So in this case, we need to be making use of the set toggle function also. So I have to copy set toggle, and I have to paste it right here. And once I pasted it here, I need to make sure making sure the value should be the one. It was supposed to be the opposite of value that it has been always. For example, let's say if it was the current value of toggle is false, so I need to make it to opposite. In order to make it opposite, just need to say opposite of toggle like this. For example, let's say if I put exclamation mark and followed by toggle, something like this. So this is how it's supposed to be working. And of course, we need to make sure only when the toggle is true, the close icon should be open, and the toggle is false, the hamburger menu should be open. So this is the basic idea of the icons. So let's head back to a hamburger menu again, and inside our image source here is what we'll be placing the toggles variable like this. And we'll be using a ternary operator. So in this case, if the value of toggle is true, we should be using close icon. In this case, I have to say close. And only when the toggle is not true and when it's false, like by default it is false, so it should be hamburger menu. This is how it's supposed to be working. So this is the basic idea. Let's click save. When I wanted to click on hamburger menu, it just turns to close icon. And this is the basic idea of how we would like to be working. And the next thing is that we need to be showing the sidebar menu itself only when we have clicked on hamburger menu. So that's what I'll be doing next. So all you have to do, just go to the next div here. The next div will be placed right below the rectangle here. The next div will be placed right below the second div here. For example, I like to close this particular second div here. And once I have closed the second div here, I like to place it another div right below the second div like this. So in this case, I like to place another div here. And this div is the one that will be able to make use of the space right below the rectangular, the shape of the navbar. So in this case, I like to say a div. And this div will be having a ULLI list component like this. For example, I can say ULLI. And inside this ULLI, I have to place LI, which is basically the list items. And this particular LI will be the same as the menu that we have already made. For example, right here, so the second div here, we should be copying this entire thing like this, like all this list of items like this, and we can actually close it again. And once we're able to close it, I just need to be pasting on top of this li here. This is basically the same item, by the way. And yeah, we won't be needing an extra ul as well. So in this case, let's click save, and there you go. This is exactly how we wanted it to look like. And first of all, we can actually make sure that this only will appear when we click on this particular button. And when this particular button is clicked, this particular state called toggle, it should be true. And let's make it also here. In this case, I like to have like a class name for this particular div here. And this particular div will be having a class name just to make it hidden when the toggle is false. So in this case, I have to say toggle. So I have to place a curly braces first to make sure there's a toggle. I can apply the toggle function. So in this case, I have to say toggle. And of course, I'll be using the ternary operator to make sure that it only will be able to make use of the true and false functions. In this case, I have to say toggle followed by question mark. And here there'll be two types of styling. For example, let's say if it's when the toggle is true, which means it should be showing the content like this. But then the second condition, where when the toggle is not true, which is false, it should be hidden. So I like to place hidden first, hidden right here, and there you go. So the next thing is that I like to make some effect for when the toggle is true. Let's click save and let's give it a try. So as you can see here, when I click on the close icon, it's not showing, but when I click on the hamburger menu, it's supposed to be showing. And this is the basic idea. And let's move on. The next part is we must be able to add some more effect, and that particular effect should be applied to this particular sidebar menu. So in this case, the first styling properties is basically I want to make it the display option, the display properties to become absolute. And absolute is basically to make sure the positioning does not actually interfere anything else. It just stays at the top there, and that's why I've used absolute, followed by Z index. So Z index in this case I like to place 10, followed by padding. So padding is where I would like to make some spacing around them. So let's say padding equals to 4. And besides padding, I also like to make the background of the sidebar menu to become white. So let's say BG white. And besides that, I would also like to make the width to fully span the whole space. So in this case, I like to say the width equals to full. And there you go. And also I would like to add some padding of x-axis of 8. And there you go. Right now, when I've added the padding of x-axis, it's supposed to be aligning with the logo here. This is what I exactly wanted it to look like. And last but not the least, as you can see here, if I expand the screen size like this, I don't want it to be visible at the same time, because I just want it to be visible only when the screen size is mobile size, and as well as the button has been clicked. So I won't be needing it when the size of the screen is big. So in this case, I need to add like another properties whereby whenever the screen size is equals to and more than MD medium, it should be hidden. I'll be applying next MD hidden, and let's click save. And when I open the screen size, it's not actually being visible. So this is exactly what I wanted. And the next thing here is that I need to make sure that this particular buttons actually have some space in between them. So in this case, I have to go to this particular li list here. I need to give some class name, and every single list in this item will be having the same properties. So in this case, I need to be selecting all the items at the same times. I'll be holding on the Alt key while clicking on this li components like this, and all you have to do, just need to click on space like this, and it's after space you need to add class name for every single list items. And this class name will be where we will be including the padding. For example, padding equals to 4. And there you go. Right now, once you have added the padding, you are able to see that this particular options are actually able to be listed in a really have some huge space in between them. And also, since it's a button, by the way, it must be clickable. But in this case, I don't want it to be making any clickable action. So in this case, I like to add some some styling effect to make it look like it's actually a clickable button. But I just like to add like a hover effect. So in this case, I have to add hover, and only when we hover on top of any of these menu options, we must be able to make the background color to become a bit more different. For example, I have to make it a bit more gray. I have to add some gray color only when we hover on top of any one of these. For example, I will say BG gray of 100. And there you go. Let's click save, and when I hover on top of this, you will be able to find these particular options are actually having the background color to become a bit more gray. This shows that this particular menu options are actually clickable, but then it does not have any actions. It's just because it's just a simple UI front-end design. And yeah, that's it. That's it for the menu options. Also, I need to be placing the login and sign up buttons as well, not to forget them. And the next thing is that right below this ul here, but in this case I like to place it right within the ul tag here. For example, right below, right after the last li here, and this particular after this last li, I like to place another div, and this is div there where I'll be able to keep the two buttons that are coming from the navbar. So I have to go back to the previous navbar I've made it, and I like to copy both the buttons, which is here, and all you have to do, just copy both of the button. Once you have copied, go back to the sidebar menu, and all you have to do, just paste the buttons inside this particular div here, and there you go. Right now we have just pasted the buttons that are supposed to be there inside this particular div here, and let's click save, and there you go. Right now you happen to have the button that are actually coming from the navbar here, but I like to make a bit different to this particular buttons here. I like to make use of the whole space of this sidebar here, so that it's actually more user friendly when we make the buttons to be filling up the whole space, the width, especially the width, by the way. So first of all, I like to make the div of this particular group of buttons to be having a flex option, a flex properties. So I need to go back to this particular div here and add a class name, and this class name will be where I'll be using flex. And this particular flex will be having, I will not be using justify content, but in this case I have to make it arrange them in a column method. So in this case I like to say flex column, and this is how it's supposed to look like when you have applied flex call inside, because it just uses the whole space, the whole column here to actually to fill up the whole gap of your button. And also like to add more padding in between. So in this case I like to say margin y-axis, so that it actually separates from the top here, from this particular button here. So I will say margin y-axis of 4, and this is why you're able to see some space here, spacing between this button and this button. And also like to add some gap in between these two buttons here. So like to add gap equals to 4, and there you go. Right now you have some little space between these two buttons. This is exactly what I wanted. And next thing is this button here. This particular button should be having these two items should be aligned to the center, and instead of saying justify between here, I like to change it to justify center, something like this. And let's click save, and there you go. Right now you will be able to find these two items are actually aligned center, and this is exactly how I wanted it to look like. And last but not least, I like to add some border for only this particular button here. This button should be it must be having a border, because we are able to differentiate between these two buttons. So I like to add some border, and this border's color is going to be the same as the color of this particular second button, sign up for free button. So I'll say border followed by the color code of the green color button, which is here. And I just like to place it right inside here. Let's click save, and there you go. But then as you can see here, the padding of y-axis is not enough. So I like to add some more padding. For example, in this case, I like to go to the class name of the first button, and at the end here, I like to add padding of y-axis equals to 4, and you'll be able to find it like this. the button to be like this, by the way. And let's also, since this is 4, I like to make this to become padding. Instead of padding y to 3, I like to make it padding y to 5. So let it replace this 3 to 5 like this. Let's click save, and there you go. Right now we have already completed, these 2 buttons here, and this is exactly how it's supposed to be looking like. And yeah, that's the end of this particular part, where I'll be able to make a simple navbar. And this particular navbar happens to be responsive at the same time. So because whenever this is your desktop screen size, but then when you switch to your mobile screen size like this, you'll be able to make use of hamburger menu over here. And whenever when you click on hamburger menu, you'll be able to find the same items when you see on top here. And these 2 buttons also must be able to have a good looking UI as well. Alright everyone, we have completed navbar, and next up, let's go to the next part of the section, which is the hero section. And in our UI guide here, this is how the hero section would look like. It will be having a hero image on my right hand side and the content search bar on my left hand side. This is the basic idea of how the hero section will look like. And let's add another component inside our React project. And in our React project, all you have to do, just need to go to components and need to create a new file called hero.jsx. And in here we'll be starting with the boilerplate, which is RAFCE. And once you have already created this hero section file, and all you have to do, just need to import it inside the index.js. This here, you need to just make a copy of this and just paste it right below here. And of course you need to change the navbar to hero, just like this. And also you need to export the hero component as well, and right beside the navbar we just need to paste hero. Okay, just like this. And also you need to be importing it inside app.jsx as well. And in our app.jsx, just right beside the navbar component on top here, right below this navbar component here, just need to call another new component called hero, and just need to click on the first option here so that it will automatically import the hero component in your import sections here. So this is the far more easier way. And also this particular component is a self-closing component as well. So that's why you are able to close it like this. And that's it. This is how you're able to call hero section. Let's go and check our browser. And there you go. Right now you're able to see the hero section is being displayed right here. And all you have to do, we are able to get started with actually creating the hero section. And basically hero section will be having these 2 main components, this particular words here, and there'll be an image here. So let's create the section layout for this particular section, which is hero section. All you have to do, just need to go to hero section, and we're able to add our code here. So next thing is that I would like to first of all start with the background. So of course the outermost div will be having a class name as well, like this. And in the outermost div, the first styling properties I would like to place is the width. So I like to say width equals to full. And this particular section's background will be having a white color. So I like to say bg equals to white. And yeah, and that's it for the section layout. All you have to do, just need to add some. This is the most basic layout. This is the basic properties, which is the width and the background color. And let's go to the next part, which is the container. Let's create the container for this component as well. So let's create another div right inside this div here. And inside this div, we'll be placing a class name. And this class name will be having the width for the container, where the container will be having the maximum width of 1480 pixels, like this. And just need to make sure it's like, since it's a custom one, you should be placing square bracket. And next thing is that I must make sure this particular container should be aligned to the center. So that's why I need to put margin equals to auto, like M auto, like this. And there you go. And also let's add some border for now, just to see where is it exactly located. So I like to say border, and I like to say border color equals to black. And there you go. Right now in your particular border is actually placed it right in the center. You should be filling up the whole container space like this, and that's it. So let's get back to our code, and then we won't be needing the border anymore. We have already find out that the border is actually located in the center, and inside this particular container we will need to be placing 2 different components, which is the hero image on our right hand side and the text on my left hand side. So in order to have 2 components in the same container, we will be using grid column properties. So grid is basically where we are able to place 2 or more sections in the same container. So let's say grid here, followed by grid column 2. Let's click save. And okay, and then inside this particular div, we'll be needing to be having the 2 components which I've just said, which is the image and the text. For example, like say in this case, the div here, this particular div will be having the list of text and the button and the search bar followed by image here. So I like to place I like to add the image first. I like to say source. And inside this source, we'll be having, we need to call the hero image, which I've already included inside the assets. You'll be able to easily access the assets file here. For example, this is the one that we'll be using, hero image. So I like to call the hero image directly from here. I like to call like this, import curly braces, hero image. And there you go. Right now, we have already imported the hero image right here. And then you just need to call this inside the source like this. And of course, you need to be closing it with self-closing tag. Let's click save. And there you go. Right now, you are able to see this particular hero image is actually here. And as you can see, let's say if I increase the size here, you're able to see expanded to the whole space here. And as you can see here, that I've not included any space at the top here, which I should have added. And of course, let's see inside our UI here, there is some space on top. And as you can see here, this particular space can be accessed from here. As you can see here, they have used around like 99 pixels of width has been used as a padding here. And yeah, this is what we'll be needing to add some space at the top here. So let's go back to our code. And in our code, I like to add some padding. And this padding, I like to place it at the outermost div here. I like to say padding equals to y-axis equals to 24, and let's click save. And there you go. Right now you're able to see some spacing at the top here, which is just the amount that we needed exactly. And the next thing we need to add left hand side here, which we'll be needing to add some text here. For example, this is the first text here, then some second text here, then some other text here, and followed by a search bar like this. So this is all the things I'm needing. So basically there's three text here, three different type of text, and all of them happen to be having three different styles as well. So first of all, let's start with the first one, which is here, and let's go back to our code. And in our code, I've already designated a space for them, which is here. And I'll have to open this particular div here. And this particular div will be having three types of text boxes. So in this case, the first one is going to be a p tag, okay, and followed by an h1 tag. And lastly, it's going to be a p tag as well. Right after this p tag, it's going to be another div just to have the search bar form. So I'll have to say form here like this, and there you go. So this is a basic layout of how our left hand side would look like. So the first one will be the text here, text input. So I have to go back to my UI here, just need to copy this, and you're able to copy it directly using this particular, just need to go to inspect, and we can able to click on this, and you're able to copy the content directly from here. Just need to click on this, and we're able to paste it right inside here, and let's click save. And there you go. Right now you're able to see it like this. So let's give some styling for this. So let's say I like to say class name for the p tag like this, and I like to give some size for this. For example, I like to say text equals to 2XL. So that's how we are able to make use of the size of the text. So text equals to 2XL. Let's click save, and you're able to see your size of the text should be a bit more bigger than it's supposed to look like. And let's give the color as well. So I like to say text color, text followed by a dash, and then you just need to be giving a custom color, and that custom color is basically the color of your text. So I'll be able to copy directly from here as well, which is right here. Just need to copy this. And in our code, we are able to paste it right inside here, and we just can close the particular square bracket, and you're able to see this particular effect has been made here. And we can also add some bold effect. For example, you can just say text equals to bold, font equals to bold, something like this. And let's click save, and you'll be able to find a nice, good looking design like this. And as you can see here, let's say if you wanted to check what kind of style is it, you can actually check. This is actually the font weight is 600 here, and 600 is probably around. It's not bold yet. We can actually make it text equals to medium. So in this case, the font size is going to be medium, not bold. Let's click save, and as you can see here, you will find a bit more thicker, less thicker than it used to be. And this is exactly how we wanted it to look like. And let's go to the next one. Next one will be a bit more bigger than it's supposed to look like. So example, I'd like to say copy all of this. Instead of copying here, you're able to copy it directly from here as well, which is content. And once I've copied it to my clipboard, I'll be able to directly paste it inside the second tag here, which is h1. And there you go. Right now I just pasted it like this, but then as you can see here, this particular size is not so big enough. Let's add some styling effect for this h1 tag. To be having class name for this, and first of all, I like to have the size of the text. So let's say text equals to 5XL, and you'll be finding that huge font size like this. And also I like to give some font weight for this as well. For example, I like to say font semi-bold like this. Let's click save, and there you go. Right now you're able to find the whole font is actually enough. But then as you can see here, the font size is not big enough to fit the whole space here. So I like to increase the size of the font, and I like to keep the 5XL is not meant for big sized screens. So in this case, I have to say MD, and this MD should be only meant for text equals to 5 XL. So only when the screen size is big, you are able to find huge space like this, for example, like this. And this is exactly how we wanted it to look like. But to give 6 XL like this, so 6 XL will be far more better. And the next thing is that however to go to the next part of the text, which is the third text here, which we need to be copying this as well. You are able to copy it directly from here, this content part, and you're able to paste it right inside the p tag inside here. And let's click save, and you're able to find it right at the bottom here. And all you have to do is just need to add some class name as well, like this. And this class name will be having, first of all, I have to say the size of the text, which will be text equals to LG. So LG is would be a bit more bigger than like this. And the next thing is to add some gray color first. This can I say text equals to gray, and this particular gray will be having a certain level of gray. For example, in this case, I would say 900 instead. So it's actually visible to a certain point, and you'll be finding like this. And this is how we would like to eat. Let's click save, and let's go to the next part of the form of the left hand side here, which is the form here. This particular form is basically a search bar, by the way, and search bar will be having an input box. I mean, that particular input box is the search bar itself. And let's say the input tag like this, input. This particular input should also have a closing tag of itself like this. And this particular input tag will be having some class name also. Let's say class name. Okay, and there you go. So first time it's like how to say the background color would be, background should be white like this. And of course, since it's input, we should be having a type of input. So in this case, I will say type. The type should be text like this. And once we have already placed the background color, which is white, but then I don't find the particular input box here. So I like to add some border, just like to see where it's exactly located. So I like to add some border like this. So border equals to border black, and let's click save. You'll be able to find your input box to be here. And next up, what we can also do is that I like to add some border color for the form class here as well. And inside this class name of this form, I like to place the border equals to black. And you'll be able to find that the whole form actually fill the whole space here. And I like to add some padding to make sure it has more space inside this particular form. I like to add padding equals to 4, something like this. And I like to add some shadow, just like saying shadow equals to LG. So shadow equals to LG, something like this. And then you'll be able to find some shadows actually being applied inside your input box here. And also next thing to do is that you can also make some corner radius, add corner radius of around like medium size. So in this case, I have to say rounded followed by MD, medium. So in this case, I'll be able to find some corner radius about like this. And there you go. Right now we are able to remove the border color as well, because we won't be needing it, because we already know the shape of this background color, how it look like. It would look like this. And this particular input box will be having a placeholder as well. So in this case, let's say placeholder. Inside this placeholder, I like to add some text, which is here what you want to learn, exactly like in the UI. And you will be able to find like this here. And then of course we won't be needing the background, the border color for this as well. We can remove it already. And there you go. Right now you're able to find a simple search box like this. But then as you can see here, there is no padding in between every single text box here, since everything is actually closely placed to each other. All you have to do is just need to go to the top, the div, this particular div here, this particular div that consists of all the text box here. So all you have to do is just need to add a class name inside here, and this class name will be having just need to be adding. So all you have to do, we need to be adding padding for every single component here. For example, let's start from the first component here. In this case, the first component should be, let's give some padding. This particular padding we can add it front here. Let's say py y equals to 2 like this, something like this. And also we can add another padding equals to y-axis inside the third text box here like this. And let's click save. And there you go. Right now you're able to find some gap in between them. But as you can see here, we can actually add more gap in the second text box here. Let us say padding equals to y-axis equals to 2. And there you go. Right now you're able to find all the text box are having a padding. So you should also be adding inside the form here. In this case, the padding 4 has been added. So I like to say padding y-axis also equals to 4, and you'll be able to find. So I like to make the one in the center to be padding equals to 4, so it have some more space for this. And yeah, it should be having padding equals to 4 as well for this as well. Let's click save. And there you go. Right now you're able to find the whole space actually being filled. And if you're able to see inside our UI, there's a huge space in between them, and it actually fills up the whole space like this. So in order to fill the whole space of left hand side, we must be able to use flex. So that's how we are able to make use of. Example, let's say if I were to use, this is the one here. Let's say if I were to use inside this particular div here, I like to make use of a class name first. In this case, I like to use flex, and I also like to make sure I use justify start like this. And as you can see, you'll be able to find the space is not fully filled. But what you can also do to add some space in video, you can actually add some gap here. You can add like gap equals to 4, and there you go. Right now we have finished this particular part. All you have to do is just need to make sure that give the correct padding. For example, here I can give like padding equals to 2, and here I like to give padding equals to 2 as well. And by doing this, we are able to have a consistent spacing every single text box like this. And last but not least, I like to add the search icon here. So in this case, I like to go back to my code here. As you can see here, this search icon is actually being used here. So what I'd like to do, instead of importing manually, I would like to also install React icons here. So React icons is like the most easiest way to call icons that are actually from React itself. So I like to go to my terminal here, and inside my terminal, I need to stop this process, and I like to say npm I react-icons, and this particular icons we are able to be downloaded, and we can also like install it directly. And once it has been installed, all you have to do is just need to run the server again. So npm run dev, and let's head back to our code here. Inside our code, all you have to do inside here, you'll be able to easily import React icons, and all you have to do is just need to say import, followed by, in this case I will say AI, and followed by outline, followed by search. And this particular icon is coming from React-icons followed by AI. So in this case, we are able to import this particular React icons that we have just installed. Let's copy this particular AI outline search, and we can actually directly place it inside this form here. But of course, this particular search button actually is a button, by the way. So inside here, we need to place a button. You can actually create a button tag like this, and inside this button tag, we can actually call the particular icon. And this icon is actually, it's not a simple icon, it's actually a component, by the way. So in this case, I say AI outline search, well, it's a self-closing tag like this. And inside here, we can actually call the size first. In this case, I can say size, and let's say around like 20, followed by class name. And this class name is you can just say icon. You can just say icon like this, and followed by style. We can actually also add some style here. The style usually will be placing color instead like this. For example, like to say color equals to black. For example, the black's color code is 000 like this, and let's click save, and you're able to find this particular search icon to be placed it right here. And all you have to do is this whole search bar here should be filled here. So I like to make this particular button to be placed it here so that it fills the whole space. And I like to go back to my form here. In this case, I like to add some more properties, which I like to say flex, followed by justify between. And by doing this, you're able to locate this particular icon at the most end of the box here. You are able to easily find it right here. And there you go. Right now we have already created a simple hero section here. And what you will also like to do is that, as you can see here, this particular search bar is actually it's like going over the grid here with this particular width here. So I like to make sure that it actually fits inside this particular straight line here. So all you have to do is just need to add some maximum width. For example, for this form here, I like to say maximum width, and I like to give a custom value. So that's the reason why I place a square bracket here. And I like to say around like 700 pixels should do. Click save. Let's open this up, and there you go. Right now your search bar is actually not so long here, so it has been reduced a bit more to the left hand side. And this is exactly how we want it. And last but not the least, the responsiveness part should also be taken account into. So, for example, let's say if I were to reduce the size here, I must be able to see only one of these particular columns should be filling up the whole space. So I need to go back to the second div here. Inside the second div, I like to have as you can see here, this grids column 2 will be happened only for medium-sized screens and above. So place MD here. Just place MD like this. Let's click save, and there you go. Right now you're able to simply find it like this. And also this particular container should also be fitting this particular container here as well. So it actually becomes like this. So as you can see here, all I do just need to add some maximum width here as well. For example, this maximum width here, this one is meant for MD here. This is MD, medium size screens and above. And for when you are using your mobile screen, you must be having a different maximum width, and that maximum width should be around like 600 pixels like this. And there you go. Right now we have already completed the home page like this. And let's say if you like to have this particular hero image here to be the one that should come on top, all you have to do is just to be adding, go to our image tag here, and let's add some class name for this as well. And this class name, all you have to do is just to have, and what you have to do, like I have to add order equals to first. So I like to say order equals to first. Let's click save, and there you go. Right now your hero image is actually at the top here, and the text boxes are actually at the bottom here. This is alright. So when we put order first, this particular image will be coming first. But then when we open up the screen size here, as you can see, this particular image comes on my left hand side, which I don't want it to look like this. So I like to place a condition where only when the size of the screen is medium, it should be last. Example, like let's say MD equals to order last like this. For example, let's say if I click save, and you will be able to find when your screen is small, it should be this one will be on the top, and when I open the screen a bit, your image should be on your right hand side. And that's it for this part. And the next thing, there are a few things that we are able to be used in this particular hero section that will eventually improve our UI and design. The first of all, of course, we need to make sure that we import a custom font that has been utilized inside the UI UX file, which is here. As you can see here, when you click on text here, you'll be able to find the font has been used is Public Sans here. But Public Sans will not be available in most of your PC, so you need to import it manually. So all you have to do, go back to our browser, and we need to go to Google Fonts, and in our Google Fonts just need to type Public Sans, and there you go. Right now you're able to find the Public Sans font here. Click on it, and once you have clicked on it, you'll be able to find all the font types here. For example, let's say we are able to import only things that we would be using is that we'll be using light, regular, medium, semi-bold, and bold, and that's it. Those are the only things that we will be using. And we need to go to this part here where this icon here at the top right corner, and this icon is where we are able to keep track of the icons that we have selected. And as you can see here, all of this actually belongs to Public Sans. And all you have to do, just need to scroll down a bit here. All you have to do, just need to copy the import of the font here, the Public Sans font. I have to copy this. And once I copy, I need to go back to my code, and in my code I have to go to app.css like this, and at the top here I would like to paste it right here. And of course this is the first one here. The second one, I should also need to like call this particular root file here, root extension here, and inside this root I need to place the CSS for the font family. For example, I will say the next line here, it says font family equals to Public Sans, so I need to copy this, and you just need to copy paste it right inside here. And let's click save. And of course, we need to make sure that once you have imported inside our app CSS, we need to make sure we also need to import it inside our app.jsx as well. So in this case, I have to go to app.jsx and need to say import. Okay, I have to say import ./app.css, and that's it. Let's head back to our browser, and there you go. Right now we have changed the font as well. And the next thing is that we also need to make sure that we also need to follow exactly like how the UI, the color of the font that has been used inside the Figma file. As you can see in our Figma file, you'll find there are certain text that has different color. For example, this 5000 here, and also this 300 here. So these two text should only be in a different color besides black color. So let's go back to our code, and in our code we should go to hero section like this, and in our hero section we need to be wrapping this particular 5000 text here around with span tag. For example, I'll say span like this, and this particular span tag will be placed around 5000. So in this case, I have to get it and put it inside 5000 like this, and this particular span will be having a different class name, and this class name should only be meant for the color, where I would like to say text equals to this particular color here, which I have already used. Just need to copy this text equals to the green color code, and we're just going to be pasting it right inside here. And there you go. Let's see our browser, and there you go. Right now you're able to see the word 5000 has been changed to a different color, and we should apply the same thing for another text here, which is the 300 here. Like to say span, and inside the span we'll be placing the 300. And of course we should also be placing the class name for this as well. So in this case, I'll copy this class name goes to text like this, and I'm just going to be placing it inside this span as well like this. Let's click save, and you'll be able to find even the word 300 has already been changed to a different color, which is a green color like this. And there you go. Right now we have made almost like the one in the design like this. And of course the next thing also consider is that we need to be applying this line height here. So line height will be the one that's the gap between the lines here. For example, as you can see here, we are able to check the line height here, and you're able to just need to go to inspect, and you'll find your line height styling right here. This properties is 72 pixels, so we'll be copying exactly the same thing. Of course, we need, instead of line height here, in our Tailwind here, we'll not be using line height here. Instead, we'll be using leading. We like to say leading like this. Leading equals to the custom line height which we have just selected, which is 72 pixels. 72 pixels like this, and there you go. Let's click save. As you can see here, your leading will not be applied because you need to make sure you use MD, medium sized screen also. And let's click save. And there you go. Right now you're able to find some line height has been utilized, has been imposed here, and there you go. And the next thing is that, as you can see here, the shadow of this particular search bar is not exactly the same as in the UI here. As you can see here, we don't actually find this particular UI having the same like this. And what you can also do is that we can actually use pure CSS instead. All you have to do is just go here, and we can just go, and as you can see here, this particular shadow will be having its own CSS property right inside here. And all you have to do is just need to scroll down, and you will be able to find its shadow properties like this. So I have to copy all of this. In this case, I have to just copy everything here because we can't achieve certain shadow effects through Tailwind alone. So that's why I'm copying this. And once you have copied, let's go back to our code. And in our code, we happen to have this form tag here. And this form tag will be which we have just did. We put this particular shadow as LG right here, and then which we won't be needing it because instead of here, we like to have some custom CSS. So like to say a different name instead of shadow LG. I like to just say like simple word. I'll say input box shadow, which does not actually mean anything yet because Tailwind does not have this particular property. It's called input shadow. I would like to say input box shadow like this. So I like to say it's going to be a custom CSS class name, and which does not actually have any effective styling properties here because this is just nothing. This is just some simple text here. And until we actually set it inside our app.css right here, we'll be able to use of it. For example, I like to say input box shadow and open curly braces. This is where I like to place that particular filter CSS like this, and this way we are able to see that we are able to make use of pure CSS properties that have been applied inside our browser. Let's check it, and there you go. Right now we do have some shadow effect has been applied here. It's just the box does not happen to have a background color since it's transparent, so we need to add some background color of white to the search box here. In this case, I like to say go to the form here. Inside the form, I must be having a background color. Let us say BG equals to white, and you're able to find the shadow has been applied right now. As you can see here, this particular shadow is now happen to be more obvious. And next thing is that I like to add some border here just to see some effect that has been applied. So let's say just like to say border without any border color, and there you go. Right now you're able to find more obvious search box here, which is really easy to use at the same time. And for watching. Alright everyone, so we have wholly completed the hero section. Now let's go to the following section, which is the company section like this here. So all you have to do is just need to add some text here. There will be 2 tags, and there will be a list of companies illustrations like this, and that's it. This is the following part, and let's go back to our code. And in our code inside our app.jsx, we'll be adding another component here, and this particular component is going to be called companies like this, and this is a self-closing tag. And all you have to do is just need to create a new component inside our components folder. Go to our components folder. I like to create a new file inside components folder, and this particular new file is going to be called companies.jsx like this. And inside the companies.jsx file, all you have to do, just need to add that boilerplate, that functional component boilerplate, which is RAFCE, like this. And once you have added, you are able to have this particular file to be exported inside index.js, which is here. And of course, need to add the same way how we added like in the previous components, like this. Copy, and just going to be pasting it right below here, and we'll be replacing this word with companies like this. And also we need to export it as well. We need to copy the name and just need to be pasting it right here, and let's click save. And next thing is that we also need to be exporting it to app.jsx, which is here. And inside app.jsx, we'll be able to easily import it. Import this particular components that are coming directly from index.js of components, just like companies, like this. And you are able to find a new component has been added, but then you must make sure that you've saved all first. And on our right hand side, you will be able to find a new component have been added at the bottom here called companies. And this side here is where we'll be adding. This is basically the components of companies as well. So let's go back to the companies component here. And of course, first of all, we need to be adding the div here, the outermost div. The outermost div will be having its own class name for this as well. And this particular class name is basically the exact same as the one we have used for hero section. And let's go to hero section here, and inside our hero section, we happen to have this particular, we happen to have these two div here, the first two div like this, because this is the two div will be you will be using it for almost all sections. So let's copy this first two div of hero section. So let's copy this, and I have to go back to companies, and I have to paste it right inside here, and there you go. And of course, we need to, since it has two opening divs, we must make sure to have two closing div as well. So let it copy this and paste it here, something like this. And that's where you're able to make two div separately. And this is the basic boilerplate we should always be using also, where we are able to use the background color as well as some padding, and also the width has to be full. And also need to make sure that we also we won't be needing grid here for a while. We won't be needing grid. We can remove grid, and rest is all perfectly fine. And because this is exactly how we wanted it to look like. And the next thing is, let's click save before that, and let's go back to our UI design. And in our UI design, you'll be able to find this particular section is too small, so hence we won't be needing much padding. So I'll have to go back to the code, and I'll have to reduce the padding here. In this case, the padding is 24. 24 is actually happens to be a lot, but in this case, I'll have to give us a custom value of padding. So in this case, I'll have to say 50 pixels like this. 50 pixels will be perfectly fine. And of course, the next thing is that we will be needing to add some text boxes. For example, there will be around 2 text boxes like this. You can see the first text box here is basically the first text here, followed by the second text here. And let's add these 2 particular text boxes here, and let's go back to our code. And in our code, first of all, let's add a particular h1 tag. So that's why we'll be able to add the bigger text. And inside of h1 tag, we'll be adding the first tag. And also the next thing is that there'll be another tag for p tag right below this h1 tag, just like this here. So first of all you have to do, just need to copy directly from the UI file. And in our UI file, just need to press this particular text box here and go to inspect, and you'll be able to copy this particular content like this. Copy this and go back to our code. Just need to be pasting it inside here, and there you go. Right now, just click save. And there you go. Right now you're able to find your text it's not actually to the center here. And we can actually add a lot of class names to actually make it more like the UI design has been made. So in this case, I have to say inside of h1 here, I have to put some class name. In this particular class name, I'll be adding those required styling effects. So for the first of all, I have to add text equals to center, and followed by the size of the text. In this case, I have to say text 2XL, just like this. And also the font weight as well. In this case, I will say font equals to bold, just like this. And of course, we need to be adding the color that has been utilized. As you can see here, now UI design, the color is not actually black, so it has to be something else. So in this case, this particular color here, I like to copy this and go back to the code, and I like to paste that particular custom color that has been used. In this case, I like to say text, open the square bracket, paste the custom color code like this. And of course, we won't be needing any of things. Just need to copy this particular color code. And we won't be needing anything else. Just remove this, and that's it. And there you go. Right now, you're able to see your text right here. And let's open the browser a bit more bigger to make it to have this particular text to be viewed here. And there you go. Right now, let's add the following text, which will be meant for p tag. And let's go back to our design file. Just need to be copying this file instead. Just need to copy the content. Just here. Go back to our code. Paste it right here. And let's click save. And you'll find this particular p tag haven't been added any of the design. So let's say go back to our class name. Go back to the p tag here and add some class name. And this class name will be having some styling effects almost similar to the h1 tag above. So first of all, we need to be adding text center followed by the color of the font. So in that case, I'll copy directly from the top like this, followed by the size of the text. In this case, I like to say text equals to XL. And there you go. Right now you're able to find, you have already did these two text boxes here. And the next thing will be to add some list of images, which is the company images. And I've already imported all of these particular company images directly into our project source code inside the GitHub. You'll be able to find all the company logo from 1 to 4 has been imported. So all you have to do, just need to directly import it directly into our React project here. So you don't have any hassle to call one by one. So in this case, I like to say, first of all, I like to make another div here right below this p tag. Inside this div here, we'll be having the image. So in this, I like to say the image tag here. And inside the image tag, I would like to make a copy of this. So there'll be 4 images of here. For example, let's like to copy this image tag here. And I like to make a duplicate of this like this. There'll be a 4 image tag here. And of course, let's place the images directly inside here already. So in this case, I like to import it first. So I like to say import, open curly braces, and inside here I like to say the company logo. We just need to be calling all the company logos that are listed here. In this case, I like to say company logo 1, followed by company logo 2, followed by company logo 3, and all the way to company logo 4. Just like this here, and make sure it's coming from assets. It is indeed coming from assets. And there you go. Right now, all you have to do, the next thing we should also do is that I like to select all of these 4 tags here. I like to paste the name of the company. This particular 4 source here, I like to remove this particular quotation mark like this. And this side here, I like to paste those company name that I have imported like this, company logo 1. And just need to be changing the names like accordingly. For example, this should be 2, and this should be 3, and this should be 4. And let's click save. And there you go. Right now you're able to find your company logos are actually displayed in this list here, which we won't like it to be listed like vertically. We would like it to be listed horizontally. So I'd like to say a class name for this particular div here. I'd like to add a class name. And in this class name, I like to make use of the flex properties. So flex will be the one that are most suitable for this kind of effect. So I like to say flex followed by justify center, just like this. And let's click save, and you're able to find your logos actually being listed out properly like this. And let's open the browser a bit more bigger, and you're able to find this is not actually aligned to the center. It's just because I think there's some spelling error here. In this case, I like to say justify like this. So I just say click save, make sure your spelling is correct. And let's open the browser, and you're able to find your logos actually listed out properly in the center like this. And that's one way we're able to make use of it. And as you can see here, there's a huge difference here in terms of the gap in between every single components like this. So on this scale, I like to add some padding y-axis for almost all these particular text boxes and this logo box here. So let's give it a comparison between our design here. And this particular UI has been implemented a lot of padding in between the designs like this. So let's head back to our code and add those particular padding y-axis. So first of all, I'd like to add padding equals to y-axis like here. Let's say py equals to 8. That way we're able to find some gap around this particular logo. So you can see there's some gap here, and we also like to have some gap in between the logos as well. This particular gap is actually between the logos horizontally, so I like to have some gap like this. I like to say gap, and this particular gap I like to give around like 8. So gap 8 is actually huge. So as you can see here, when I add gap equals to 8, when I open the browser, it actually looks fine inside here, but for mobile, it's not actually perfectly fine here. So I like to just make gap equals to 8 only meant for peak sized screen. So I like to say MD equals to gap equals to 8. And there you go. All you have to do, just need to be adding this particular MD here, which is only meant for medium sized screen and also and only for big sized screen. That's it. Let's click save, and you're able to find your logos actually aligned to the center as well, like this, and they're actually perfectly done. And that's the end of this particular part. The next part will be how to create the following section, which is called the course section. So let's head back to our UI, and in our UI, this is the one that I'm referring to, this particular course section, where you'll be able to find a list of courses that are actually being listed here. And not just that, each and every single course here actually happens to be utilizing a card design. As you can see here, this particular card here is happen to be having its own layout. For example, there's an image here inside here, and besides the image, we also happen to have some text right below here, and some rating stars here, and also the price here. And this is what we will be doing. And also, as you notice, this is actually a slider where you're able to click on this particular button here, and it goes to your right hand side and left hand side according to where you press. And this is basically like we'll be making use of Sleek.js, which is a third-party JavaScript package that's meant to create sliders. It can be in any web development projects. So this is what I would like to do. So first of all, I'll like to go back to my code, and in my code, I'll like to go to the components folder, and I'll like to create a new file inside this particular folder, and this is going to be called courses.jsx. And this particular courses.jsx file will be having the initial boilerplate, which is the RAFCE. Click enter. And next thing is that I would like to import it inside the index.js, which is here. And of course, just need to continue the list here. Just like to paste it right below here. I want to replace these words with courses like this, and also need to be exporting here as well. And there you go. And of course, the last thing you should do is actually need to be doing the same thing in app.jsx. Just need to add another component called courses. Click enter. You'll be able to find your courses as imported automatically, and just need to close this self-closing tag. And that's it. That's the first step that we need to be doing. Just need to create a new empty folder, and of course, just to make sure, we need to save everything like this. And let's head back to our browser, and you'll be able to find your latest section has been created right below here. And as usual, let's add the same container width and the width of the section, as well as the container width for this particular section as well. Let's head back to our code, and in our code, I'll like to go to the hero section. In hero section, I'll just like to copy the first two divs here, which is this two div here, and then I'll just like to copy this and then go back to courses.jsx, and I'll be replacing the first div like this. It's like instead of the first div here, I like to paste this particular two divs I've just copied from the hero section. And of course, I need to be making sure an extra div has been made like this. And there you go. Right now, all you have to do is just need to be placing the card component. And right now, we have already created the course section. And next thing we'll be needing is the card component as well. So in this case, I'll create a new component called card component like this. But then as you can see here, we have not even created a component called card here. So we need to create one. Go back to our components folder, and all you have to do is just need to create a new file called, just say card would be just enough, and .jsx. And in here, of course, start with the functional component boilerplate. And once we have already created this simple boilerplate code here, and just need to import it inside the courses section. All you have to do, just need to go to courses section. But as you can see here, we don't actually need to import it directly here. All you have to do, just need to make sure we just type the name of the card, and it will automatically come up as it is, for example, like this. And of course, you just need to close this particular component like as a self-closing component like this, and you're done. And of course, the next thing of course need to make sure that we are able to need to create this particular card design here. So first of all, I would like to show my browser together with on my right hand side, so that I'll be able to see the difference that I have been making throughout the entire process. And you just need to be making sure that we see our card component on the most bottom here. And of course, that's it. So first of all, let's add the card component first. So in this case, I like to open this particular div here, so the outermost div, and inside this outermost div, I would like to add the class name like this. And of course, let's start with adding the background color, bg equals to white. And I also like to add some shadow to this particular card. So like to say drop shadow equals to md. So as you can see here, we can't find any difference in the sections. So all you have to do is I like to add the background color of the section first. So as you can see here inside our design here, this particular course section will be having a unique color of background. So I like to copy this from this particular inspect here. Just need to copy this like this, and I have to just go back to our code, and in our code we like to go to courses section, and instead of PG white here, I like to replace it with the color, the custom color which we have just copied, by replacing it inside this square bracket, just like this, and click save. You'll be able to find your color has been implemented here, just like this here. And that's it. This is just simple way of just adding color. And let's head back to the card component again, and again let's add the particulars of all the properties of the card as usual. And inside the card component here, I would like to add the first element here, which will be the image. So I have to add img followed by source. I would like to add the image that's coming from the assets folder. As you can see here, I happen to have this particular block-1 image here. So all you have to do, just need to copy this block image1 image here. You just need to be going back to our card here, and I'll just like to paste it inside here. Of course, you need to be making sure that you actually import it on top here as well. And this particular block1 image is also coming from assets. Let's click save, and you'll be able to find your image actually being listed like this. But this is not exactly how we wanted it to look like. So, but then we'll just make it look like a card first before everything else. And hence we need to be making sure that we add some class name for this. So I like to say the class name, and inside this class name I would like to add the height, where the height equals to 40, and the width I like to make it full so that it actually uses the whole width instead, and it looks like this, supposed to look like this. And the next thing is also I like to make sure I add object cover, so that it does not actually expand the whole image. It does not stretch the whole image like this, so it just zooms inside a bit inside. Object cover should do, it's just going to be zooming inside your container instead of just like stretching the whole image to fill up the whole width. And also next thing I also like to do is actually to add some corner radius here. In this case I like to say rounded equals to 2xl. And if you save, you'll find your rounded 2xl is not actually being applied here. The reason why is because the image is the one that's not actually applying the card's corner radius. So in this case, I like to add another properties, which is to allow image to follow the corner radius of the card. So I like to say overflow equals to hidden, just like this, and you will be finding your corner of your image is also following your card's corner radius like this. And of course, as you can see here, this particular card is actually making the whole space for the image here. But then we should also need to have some space for our text also, as well. So in this case, I like to add right below this image tag here, I like to add another div. And inside this div also I'll be having the class name. And just for the info, this particular div is meant for the data of your title of your course, and as well as the ratings. Two particular info like this. As you can see here, this two particular is only meant for the title and the ratings here, and then there's a gap here, so this is what we like to add, and these two, and then followed by the price here. So first of all, I like to add the first two part of the card, which is the title and the ratings. So first of all, I like to add the content first. The content is basically the title, so I like to say h1 tag. And inside this h1 tag, I want to add some random title of the course. So this can, let's say, Python programming. And let's click save. And you will be able to find your particular text is actually below here. But this is not exactly how we want it to look like. So this is why I like to add some padding to this particular part of the text here. So in this case, I like to add some padding first. So the first padding will be, I like to add padding of 5 like this, and if I say 5, as you can see here, this is exactly how we want it to look like. And right below this particular course title, I like to add the stars rating. For example, as you can see, there are 5 stars here, and this particular stars are actually arranged using the flex properties. So with that flex properties, we are able to arrange stars in this horizontal way, including this particular numbers of ratings as well. So all you have to do is just need to add a flex properties and add those stars here, stars SVG. So I like to go back to the code, and in our code, I like to add another div here. There's another div right below this h1 tag. like this. And inside this div will be, I like to add the flex properties, like in this case, let's say class name. And first of all, I like to say flex like this. Inside this particular div, I like to add the stars that have been listed. And the next thing also I like to do, I like to go to the assets here. I like to copy the yellow star SVG like this. So in this case, I like to copy this yellow star, make a copy of all of this, and I like to add it inside the card here, right here, like this. I'm going to be making a 5 of this like this. So in this case, I will say 5 stars. And as you can see, when I click save, you'll be able to find your stars arranged in this way like this. And this is exactly how you want it. But as you can see here, when you put a lot of SVGs like this, it's like it not actually does not look pretty good here. So that's why I like it. What I'm thinking of doing is actually separating this whole particular div, which is to have how many stars you like to give. And you can just separate it into a separate component, and that component will be able to receive a input, and that input will determine how many stars that can be received. So in this case, I also like to add another star here, which is a gray star. So as you can see here inside of my assets, I'll also be having a gray star like this. So I need to copy it here, and of course I need to be making sure, I just need to be replacing the last star like this with, just like to paste it here, and you'll be able to find your last star happens to be a gray color star like this. And there you go. So this is exactly how I wanted it to look like. So the next thing is, I would like to create another new component as well. So in this case, I like to go to components, new file called star rating.jsx like this, and add the functional component. And inside this particular star rating component, this is where I would like to place the list of stars like this. Let's go to cards again, right? So I like to copy this entire div here, which is just for this particular div here, and I like to paste it inside the star rating right here instead, and just like this. And of course, we need to be making sure that we also need to call it inside our card here. So in this case, I like to say the component, I like to call the component called star rating like this, and of course, need to be having its own self-closing tag like this as well. And let's click save, and also need to make sure we save all, of course, because if not, you won't be able to see any changes has been happened. Just need to refresh this page, and you'll be able to find the same star rating has been implemented here as well. And this is exactly how we wanted it to look like. And the next thing is that we also like to make sure that this particular star ratings should also be dynamic at certain point. So that when we happen to have a JSON data, and we are able to just run this particular component with that particular JSON data as an input, and that will be far more better for the client that we are designing this particular website for. And of course, let's make sure that inside this particular star rating here, let's make this particular star rating component to receive the number as a number of stars. So in this case, what I like to do as a first step is that the first step I like to do is just like to comment all of this for a while. In this case, I like to comment all of these particular stars, and once I've commented all the stars, I like to make sure I like to create an array that can be used as the iterator to make sure we can run the number of stars that are actually active, which is yellow color. So first of all, I like to create a curly braces like this, followed by a square bracket like this. And inside the square bracket I like to spread a dummy array. So in this case, I like to say a dummy array like this. And this dummy array is like, I can actually give like a certain number of size. For example, in this case, I like to say 4. So 4 is basically, this is what I'm actually doing here. I'm just like creating a dummy array with a size of 4, and this is what it looks like. So, and there you go. Right now we have just did this particular dummy array, and this particular dummy array will be having a size of 4. And once we have done with this particular dummy array, we are able to add a map function. A map function is where we're able to make use of it to run through every single element of this particular array. So in this case, I have to say map, and this particular map function will be having its own arrow function inside here. So I have to say an arrow function. And inside this particular arrow function is where I would like to place the star SVG like this. So I have to copy this SVG, copy it, and like to paste it inside here. And there you go. Right now, all I have to do is just need to click save, and you'll be able to find your stars to be listed like this. And there you go. This is the one way we're able to make use of star ratings, and you can actually make them to become dynamic all you have to do is just need to change this number 4 here into a variable instead. So by using variable, it can be changed according to whatever that you wanted it to look like. And not to forget, this is just a yellow colored star, and we also need to make sure we also need to have a separate array just to run through the gray star. For example, I'd copy this. I'd like to copy the star here like this, and I have to click save, and you will be able to find your stars actually double. So this is not what I like to have. So in this case, instead of just putting number 4 here, I like to say the number of like number 5. I like to make sure to put number 5 here so that I'll be able to cut out the number of yellow stars instead. So in this case, I like to copy this gray color SVG, and I like to paste it right inside here. And there you go. Right now, all you have to do is just need to click save, and you'll be able to find there will be 4 yellow color stars and followed by 1 gray colored star. And of course, not to forget, as you can see inside our design here, you'll be able to find there is another number here just to keep track of the number of reviews. So in this case, I like to go here and I like to add another text box here. In this case, I like to add a p tag, and inside this p tag, I just like to place like a number, for example, like 15, and let's click save, and you'll be able to find this like simple number like this. I like to add a class name for this as well. All I have to do, I just like to make some gap from the stars. So I'll just say margin, and that margin should only occur on the left hand side. So I like to say margin left equals to 2, and that's it. I like to click save, and you'll be able to find some spacing around here. And there you go, that's it, and that's it. There you go. And the next thing is, as you can see here, what I also like to add is that I like to make sure that this particular star is actually aligned to the center, like aligned in the same straight line to the number 15 here. So in that case, I like to add item center properties, and it will eventually make them to be aligned to the center. So by adding item center and clicking save, you'll be able to find this particular stars will be aligned directly in a straight line to this number 15 like this. And the next thing will be just after these two particular, and the next thing is that we need to make sure that this particular number 4 here, which is the number of stars, should be a variable. So in this case, I like to add a simple like props here. In this case, I like to add a curly braces like this, and I like to say rating, just like to say rating like this. And in this case, I like to just need to make sure I copy this particular rating here, and I also like to paste it right inside here as well, and also like to paste it here as well. Just need to make sure that they're properly aligned. And as you can see, once you have changed, you need to just need to remove the unwanted ones like this. And once you have done this, all you have to do is just need to go back to our card here, and this particular components will be able to accept props. As you can see here, all you have to do is just need to add rating equals to 4, something like this, and all you have to do is just need to click save all, and you'll be able to find the number of ratings are actually reflecting to the number of stars over here as well. So as you can see, let's say if I put 3 here, let's say if I put 3 and I click save, and you will be able to find there will be 3 stars will be the one that are coming here. And this is one way to make this particular star rating component to become really responsive at the same time. And the next thing is, of course, that's another one last thing that's still left, which is this particular price here. So all you have to do is just need, of course, there'll be this like a border here that separates from the top to the bottom here. So of course, this particular div will be separating from the price here. So like you say, there'll be another text box here, and this text box will be, I like to say, h3, and inside this h3 tag is I like to place the price of this particular course. For example, I like to say $500, and as you can see here, this particular $500 is not actually aligned to the container of this cart. So I need to make sure I need to add some class name, and of course I like to add a padding of 5, and there you go. Right now you'll be able to find your price has been properly aligned. And of course, not to forget this particular, there'll be a border that separates the top here and the bottom here. So in this case, I like to go to the div here. This particular div will be having a border, and this particular border will only be available at the bottom here. So on this case, I would just like to say border equals to bottom. By doing this, you're only able to have the border only on the bottom part. So other than that, it will be no other borders around here. And there you go. Right now, as you can see here, you happen to have a simple card component like this. So as you can see, we just created a simple card here, but this is not the end product here, because this is just some simple layout here which you have not finalized the particular layout. So next thing, well, I also like to do is that I like to make this particular size of this particular course to become a bit more bigger, and that way we are able to make it a bit even more obvious. And I like to say text equals to XL, something like this. And by doing this, you're able to find your size of your text has been increased, and that's it. And all you the last thing is, of course, need to be adding is actually this particular, I need to forget this particular batch. This particular batch will be placed on top of the image. So in this case, I have to add another div here right below the H3 tag here. So this particular div will be, I like to create first, and inside this particular div is where I like to have this particular categories of your course. In this case, just says HTML. So I like to add HTML instead. For example, HTML like this. And once you have added HTML, you'll be able to need to be adding some class name for this div also. So as you can see, your badge is actually at the bottom here, which we don't want it to be at the place at the bottom. So in this case, I like to add absolute properties first. And there you go. Once you have added absolute, you won't find your badge here, because we need to be adding the position exactly where should we place it, or else this particular badge will no longer will be having a specific location that it should be placed. So in this case, I like to add top equals to 0. This is more like you're placing the coordinates of your elements. So in this case, you're able to find it right inside here. And let's not forget let's add some background color also. And in this case, I have to add PG equals to white, something like this. And as you can see here, this particular badge is actually towards the edge here, which I wouldn't want it at the corner here. So I like to bring this towards a center a bit around here like this. So in this case, I like to add a margin of 3 so that it actually comes to the center. So by adding margin, you'll be able to find your badge has been moved towards the center, and just like a bit to the center like this. And of course, let's add some padding around this particular HTML text here, so that there's some space at the side here and at the top and the bottom here. So in this case, I like to start with padding of x-axis first. So in this case, I like to say px equals to 2, and you'll be able to find some space at the side here. And also I like to add some padding of y-axis of around like 2.5 pixels, because it won't be needing much. So in this case, let's just like to say padding of 2.5 pixels would be enough. And there you go. And also, let's not forget, I would also like to add some corner radius of a bit. For example, like to say rounded would be enough, because it's just too small, and rounded would be just enough like this. And of course, like to add give more stress on the text here. So in this case, I like to add some font equals to bold. And there you go. Right now, you're able to find your simple card has been created. But then, as you can see here, there's no space in between this particular Python programming and this particular star rating. I would like to add some more spacing in between them. So in this case, inside the div that we've created here of the h1 here, inside the h1 tag, I want to add some class name. And inside this class name, I have to add some padding here. And this padding will only meant for y-axis padding, so that it only applies in the y-axis. So I like to just select two of padding. So in that way, we are able to find some gap from the top and the bottom here. And this is far more better looking. And that's it. So as you can see, we have just completed the card here. The card component has been done. And next thing I like to do, I like to save everything, and I like to close everything here. Close this, close companies. And next thing I like to do, I like to focus here is I like to add the slider to this particular card component. So all you have to do is just need to make sure that we happen to have installed another new node package called slick.js. Alright everyone, so we have already covered on how to create the card. Next up will be how to add the slider, so that we'll be able to have multiple cards, and all you have to do, we are able to slide through all the cards. So first of all, I would like to introduce to you another plugin that we are going to be using in our project, and that plugin is basically a carousel plugin. So carousel is basically almost the same as a slider, where you're able to click on your left hand side and right hand side to scroll through multiple set of items that are actually arranged in a list of slide format. And that's what I would like to teach you guys on. First of all, we need to be installing that particular plugin, and all you have to do, just need to go to our browser, and in our browser just search for Slick carousel React. As you can see here like this, just look for sleek carousel React and you can just type it like this. And all you have to do, just need to go to this npm.js website where it's on a second list inside here. So click on this, and don't worry, I'll be able to giving this particular link in the description, and it will be very easier for you to access this link. And the next thing will be also, you need to be installing, to get started, you need to be installing this particular dependency. So npm react slick, and just need to click on this, and you're able to copy it to your clipboard. Go to our VS Code, and in our VS Code, open the terminal right below here, and of course you need to be stopping this from running. And all you have to do, just need to paste that particular npm install react slick command and just click enter, waiting for this particular node package to be installed as a dependency. And once it has been installed, let's head back to the browser, and you'll find that's like a series of steps here you have to do. For example, you have already done this particular step here, which is installation, and next will be to install other sub packages like this. For example, in this case, the second step will be also install sleek carousel for CSS and font. So the next thing will be to install another dependency here, which is a sleek carousel. So you need to copy this, and in our VS Code, just need to paste that thing again. Just paste this new command here, and there you go. And next will be, let's go to the next step. And the next step will be to place these two CSS imports. Just need to be placing it like how we have placed the Tailwind CSS import. So just need to be copying this and head back to our VS Code. And in our VS Code, just need to go back to our app.css, which is right here. And all you have to do, just need to be placing it right below the first import here. And as you can see here, we need to just be placing it right below here like this. And once you have pasted your imports here, as you can see here, we are not actually following the format on how to import properly. The reason why is because React will be having a different style of import. So all you have to do is just need to be adding this particular @ symbol at the front here for both of these imports, and that would be eventually will solve the problem. So it won't be a problem at all. So okay, let's click save and head back to the browser. And as you can see here, this is just an option. We don't actually need to use CDN link in our HTML because we have already imported it directly. And the next thing will be to do this particular example here. This particular example is actually where we are able to make use of this slider here. This slider is what we're going to be making use of. First of all, need to be copying this, head back to our VS Code, and in our VS Code, let's go back to the courses code like this, and just need to be pasting it at the top right here. And there you go. Right now, this particular slider will become a component, can be used as a component. So all you do, just need to be copying this and create a component that wraps around your card like this. So in this case, I have to create a component first. So in this case, I have to create a component called slider, opening and closing tags like this for this particular slider. And we need to be placing this particular card component inside the slider like this. Just need to be copying this and just paste it inside this particular slider component, and just need to be making sure we place it right inside here. And the next thing will be, let's head back to our browser and let's see what's the next step. And as you can see here, we have already done the first step here. The second step here is basically to create a component called slider. We have already done this, but as you can see here, there's something that we need to be including in. As you can see here, this particular settings is what determines the style, the properties, and the configurations of this particular slider. So of course, we need to be copying this, and just need to be copying all of this. Copy this and head back to our VS Code, and just need to be pasting it right above the return function like this. You are able to make this particular settings to be used inside your slider. All you have to do is just open a curly braces like this, and all you have to do is just need to spread this particular settings object. So in this case, I have to spread like triple dots followed by the name of this particular object here called settings. So all you have to do, just need to click save, and of course need to click save all, and of course need to be making sure that we run this particular server npm run dev, and let's wait for this particular to run. Okay, right now I think we don't see any result here, but then all you have to do, just need to be removing this particular grid here because we're not going to be using grid at all. So just need to be removing this grid, and just need to be keeping only these three particular styling effects should be enough. And also we need to make sure to have more than one card component here, but as you can see here, I've only happened to have one. So all your best, and that's the reason why we don't see a list of anything here. It's just one card here. All you have to do, just need to making sure that we actually make a copy of this just need to be pasting it like here, and let's click save. And there you go. Right now you happen to have something here. As you can see here, when you open the thing, we actually happen to have like two particular cards that are actually listed like this. So as you can see here, this is not exactly how we wanted it to look like, because we need to be having 4 components. But as you can see, this is like it's showing only one particular card for every single slide. So as you can see here, we are able to configure that also. And all you have to do here, we need to make sure that since there's 2 components here, so we need to make sure that we show 2 slides here. But as you can see, when I change it to 2 and I click save, and you'll be able to find there will be 2 cards actually being listed like this particular way. And as you can see here, when I expand the screen, there's like the whole 2 will be filling up the whole space. Let's add 4 here, 4 cards here. This character had like 4 cards inside here. Once I add 4 cards in, it also need to make sure that I need to show slides to show it will be 4. Okay, so in this case, what I can do here, as you can see, there'll be like here, there'll be like 4 cards will be listed like this. But as you can see here, when I open this particular browser, it looks like a normal how it's supposed to look like. But this problem only arises when it comes to responsiveness. So in this particular way, I must to make sure that whenever the screen size differs, like for example, from bigger screen size to smaller screen size, the responsive must be doing his job to make sure that to show only a certain number of cards. So all you have to do, I like to add responsiveness feature to this particular slider. And let's head back to our browser. And in this particular browser here, we don't actually find the particular responsiveness configuration and properties here. So all you have to do, just need to go to another website, and this particular website where we would like to get the responsiveness properties only. So just like to say sleek carousel and sleek carousel, but then in this time there's no React. So just let me say sleek carousel here, and this will be your second website that I like to show you to. It's basically the official website of the sleek.js carousel. It looks like this, and this is the official website. And all you have to do, just need to look for this particular responsiveness feature. For example, let's say if I would like look for this particular term called responsiveness, just need to be looking for this, and you'll be able to find this like in this particular responsive display we'll be able to use. And as you can see here, this is exactly how we have used. For example, that's dots equals to true, infinite equals to false, speed, slides to show. This is exactly like how we have used in our code. Exactly like this here, as you can see here, it's all the same. So all you have to do, just need to be adding this particular responsiveness properties here. So I like to copy all of this. So I copy this and head back to our VS Code, and I would like to paste right after the last properties like this, and you're able to click save, and then you can also like find it on your right hand side. And there you go. Right now you're able to see your particular carousels are actually working with this particular responsive properties. So what I just did it here, as you can see, this is the breakpoint here. So that this particular, when your resolution is this size, you'll be able to reduce it to this particular number of slides here. So as you can see, that's the reason why you're able to see 3 slides here. And if I were to like make it to 2, for example, slides to show would be just, I have to say 2 here, and slides to scroll will be just like 1 at a time. So in this case, it will be far more better and far more user friendly to look. And as you can see, there's like 2 cards when you change this particular configuration and so on here. And that's the reason why I would like to make use of this responsiveness properties along this particular settings. And the next thing I would like to also like to do is that, as you can see here, there's no gap in between every single card here, and that way we are able to make it far more better looking. So in this case, so in order to have some gap in between the particular courses, so all you do, just need to go to this particular card component here. Just need to click on this, and you just need to go to the outermost div and just need to add another properties to have like a margin on our right hand side. For example, like this. So margin equals to 4, or you can, so as you can see, when you add margin equals to 4, you'll be able to find some gap here. You can also like reduce it to margin equals to 2 if you find this particular margin gaps a bit. And I'll just go with margin equals to 4 like this. And also, as you can see here, this carousel here is like a loop here. As you can see, there's like, you can't find the first one here, and when this particular button here is like also like very close to invisible here. So as you can see, we can also configure that to change it to a different color. As you can see, this particular is actually in a loop of carousel here, so we can actually remove that also. Instead of infinite equals to true, I have to make it false. And of course, it should be false for everywhere. For example, infinite here should be false as well, and same goes to this. And right now, all you have to do just to make this some stuff that is still left here. As you can see here, we don't actually find this particular bottom shadow actually visible here. Like there's no shadow at the bottom here because it's covered, and all you have to do just need to make sure that we actually make some room around this particular card here and on top of the card and the bottom of the card. And by doing that, we are able to show the bottom shadow. And all you do just need to go to the card component here, and the outermost div just need to be adding margin of y-axis equals to 4 like this, and click save. You'll be able to find some background, some bottom shadow like this to be visible, and that's how we are able to make some shadow at the bottom here, because it's like it won't be visible when we don't make any changes. And there you go. Right now we have already completed basic designs on how to make this particular carousel here, but there's still something left. As you can see here, you can't actually see this particular left, previous and the next button here. This is able to customize it based on how we like to make it to look like. So all you do just need to make sure that we click on inspect, and all you have to do just need to make sure that we are able to find that particular carousel button. As you can see, it will be hidden here. Just need to use this particular tool to find it. Just need to make sure that you are able to use this particular tool here, and this particular tool, all you do just need to direct it like this, and all you do just need to click on this particular button here, and you will be directed to where is the button's class name is located. Example like this here. So this is the class of this particular button, the previous button, which is here. And all you have to do is just need to look for its CSS file, which you can actually find it right here, and just need to click on this, and it says role class equals to slick arrow and slick next here. All you have to do, you have to find this particular, and as you can see here, we have already found this particular button here. And when you click on this particular button, you get to see the class name of this particular button, which is this particular button here. And this particular button will be having its own class name called slick arrow here, and there's also slick next here, and this will be the one that we'll be using. For example, this is the one which will be slick brief, which is previous, and dot slick next. So I'd like to copy this particular style here, and once I've copied, I would like to go to my code, and in my code I would like to go to app.css, and inside my app.css I would like to paste these two particular class names like this. And this two particular class name will be having its own properties inside the CSS like this. And inside the CSS is where we can actually change the color and the size and everything. But before that, I would like to make sure that I add this particular before properties also, so that it actually works for both sides. And this particular before should be placed for both as well, like this. For example, this is for next here, and this is also should be pasted in right after this previous one, and also should be pasted right after the next one like this. And right now we are able to change the color of this particular button here. And in this case, I like to add color, and this is the color that I like to change. I'll be able to choose between from, let's say I like to choose black color. Let's click save. All right, now we are able to change the color. Now, next thing I also like to change is the size of this particular buttons. These buttons are actually, you can see it's actually an icon here. On this case, I like to say font size, and font size I like to make it around like 40 pixels like this. And there you go. Right now you're able to see the size has been changed to about 40 pixels on both of the buttons here. And right now all I would like to do is I like to make sure that this particular button should align to this particular card, and this particular left button here should be on top of the card here. So I need to make sure that I separate these two, slick next and previous, to be separated like this. For example, slick just like this, slick next before here. In this case, I like to just change the position. From this case, I like to say margin left like this, and I like to add add negative 25 pixels, and you're able to see your button has just been moved towards left hand side. Now I like to add even more just to make it even look better like this, 35 like this. And there you go. Right now you're able to do this. And as you can see here, the next thing also like to do is that I like to add it for this particular previous button also. So in this case, I like to create another new class name, example slick previous before here. But as you can see here, for this one, I won't be needing before here because the before has already been used, and that's why we won't be using this particular before property. So in this case, I like to start with the Z index. So in this case, I like to say Z index. Just in this case, I like to add Z index to the maximum. So I like to say a maximum value like this, and you will be able to find your button to be on top of here. And there you go. Right now we already completed the carousel like this, and I think that's it for this particular carousel here, this particular carousel styling, and we won't be needing anything else. The only thing that we require is that just I like to populate this particular card here. As you can see here inside our courses component here, we are just like making it like a dump, hard coding it, creating a couple of card here. What if we can actually make use of data, a JSON data, where we're able to run through a particular data that actually can be fetched from an API, for example, like an API here. But in this case, I also already happened to create another new data here. And this data happen to have a list of courses. So in this case, it's like a JSON API where we actually can make use of this to map through a list of cards. And this will be really useful because this is far more better than making this like a repetition of the same thing like this. So what I like to do is that I like to just since it's already been exported here like this particular data here, all you have to do just need to go to our courses here and we're able to just directly import it like this. For example, import. I like to say courses like this, and then you're able to find the first in the list coming from the data here. And this particular courses is where we are like to make use of this. This is the array of objects. I have to copy this particular courses array of objects name, and I have to go to the bottom here instead. And in this case, I like to, instead of all these cards here, I like to remove it. And I like to wrap this particular card with a JavaScript with a curly braces like this. And inside here, I like to place the name of the array name. And this particular array name is what we're going to be making use to map to it. So in this case, I like to say map.map. And inside here is where we like to place this particular object, every single object here. So in this case, I like to say course, just the course like this. And in this case, I like to have an arrow function. And yeah, and then after arrow function, just need to be placing this particular card component right inside here. And there you go. Right now you're able to find, as you can see, there are even more cards have just been existing here. As you can see, there are even more cards. So in this case, what I like to do is that I would like to make the data that's coming from this particular list of data here, which is example, let's say if I go to courses.js, I'll be able to find in ID, title, category, rating, price, and link, image link, by the way. So all I have to do is just need to copy all of this and I need to make it like a dynamic data. And of course, I need to be making sure that I pass this particular course object inside this particular card component. So of course, I need to be passing this particular course as a props like this. And of course, it's going to be exactly how we open a props like this. Let me copy this and paste it inside here. Okay, right now we're able to go to our course, our card component, and we're able to call inside our props bracket here. In this case, I have to say open a curly braces and I have to paste this particular course here. And this particular course is what we're able to make use of it. Because, for example, let's say I like to copy this particular course, and instead of block one image here, which is coming from the assets here, I like to paste this here. And dot, and just need to be using the link of the image. For example, let's say if I go to course, you need to make sure that we copy this and then we paste it right after this particular course. Okay, let's click save. Let's see what happens when you save all. And there you go. Right now you're able to see that all these particular cards are actually having different images. As you can see, this is the basic idea of how dynamic should look like. And as you can see, this is far more better looking because it literally looks like a course list of course supposed to look like. So I like to add even more data to become dynamic. So first of all, the title here, in this case, let's go to this particular, instead of Python programming here, I like to replace this with the curly braces. And in this case, I like to say course.title. So as you can see here, we just need to copy this title here. We'll be pasting it right here. Click save. And there you go. Right now you're able to find this particular course here. Let's open this particular thing. But as you can see here, this particular card is not actually having a consistent size, the height here. So all you have to do, just need to make sure that we truncate this particular text, this particular title here so that it does not have a different sizes in terms of height. So all you have to do, just need to go to our card component. And in our card component, all you have to do, just need to go to this title here, this h1 title. And inside this styling, this class name, just need to add truncate. Click save, and there you go. Right now you will be able to find the long list of title has been truncated. Basically, you don't actually need to use of that. And the next thing is that the rating is here. As you can see, ratings actually also existed inside here. In this case, it's going to be different rating. For example, there's 4 here, there's 4 here, and so all are dynamic. Just need to copy this and just need to go back to a card component. Just to make sure that we pass the value of the course rating. For example, course.rating like this. Click save, and you're able to find all the course component. Actually, the ratings are actually all dynamic because as you can see, this is all 4. And if I were to change to the first data into 1 like this, click save. This particular change. So as you can see, when we change. As you can see, when we edit 1, it becomes 1 star here. So this is what dynamics all about. Like to give 5 star for the first call like this. Click save, and you're able to find 5 stars over here.
And there you go. Right now, next thing is that, of course, the price, the title, the price here. So this case, I have to make sure that I change this particular text here. In this case, it's going to be dynamic. Hence, I've used this curly braces. So here, I'm going to say course.price like this. And of course, the last one will be the category here. And you can see, we also happen to have a category here. So I have to copy this category and I have to go to cart. Instead of HTML here, I have to replace with curly braces. And of course, it's going to be a course dot followed by category like this. Click save, and you'll be able to find all these particular categories are actually different from each other because they all are dynamic. And there you go. Right now we have already completed this particular carousel for this particular section. And the next thing is that it just requires the title of this section here. In this case, I have to add 2 more text box inside our code. Let's go to our code like this. All right. The next thing I have to add will be just the 2 text boxes like in our design here, where it's just these 2 text boxes here, which is this is the first one. I have to copy this and head back to our VS Code. And now VS Code, I have to go to the courses file. As you can see here, right above this particular slider component here, I like to add the first text box here is going to be a h1 tag like this. So let's say h1 like this, and I have to paste the title of this particular section, which is most popular courses. And of course, I like to have some class name for this inside this h1 tag. Example, let's say class name. As you can see here, we just added the text, and you'll be able to find the text to be listed right here. As you can see, it's just some small text. So that's why I'm adding this class name here to have to give some styling. The first styling I have to give is the size here. In this case, let's say text equals to 3XL like this. So by having 3XL, you're able to find the text to become big. And of course, I have to add some padding as well, like to say padding of y-axis. And this padding should only give around like 3 should be enough, so that I have some space at the top, at the bottom here. And the next thing will be, I like to make the font to become bold like this. For example, let's say font equals to bold like this, and then you're able to find your text become a bit more bold like this. And the next thing is I have to change the color of the courses to a different color. For example, in this case, they have used a different color, so I'm going to use this particular color to copy this color and head back to our browser. And in our browser, I like to separate this particular courses word. Particular courses word will be separated with a span like this. So in this case, I like to say span. A span tag should be enough like this. And inside the span tag is where I like to take this particular course and place it inside here, and followed by some class name in here. And this is where I like to place the color of this text. But in this case, I like to say the color. I like to say text equals to, followed by the color of that we have just copied like this. And of course, you need to be having the hash key right in front here just to have this particular color to be visible like this. And there you go. Right now, the next text will be there'll be a string here, long text here. So let's copy this from here, or you can just directly copy from this particular inspec here. If you can't access it from here, just copy this, and all you have to do, just need to create another tag here. In this case, this is going to be a p tag like this. So it's going to be a p tag, and instead of p tag, you just need to be pasting this particular text here, and that's it. Just need to click save. And there you go. Right now, you can also make the color of the text to become like this. In this case, this particular color has been used. Is this, as you can see here, it's a gray color. So we can just copy the same thing. Just go to our VS Code, and in our code, all you have to do, just inside our p tag here, you need to have a class name for this as well. And in this case, I will say text equals to, followed by hash here, and then we need to just copy the color code we have just copied. Like click save. And there you go. Right now, you're able to find your text to become a bit more gray like this. And there you go. Right now, we have just completed the courses section, which is the second section here. But as you can see here, we can also add some gap at the top here. You can have some more space at the bottom and more space at the top here, at the bottom here. Right? So in this case, I have to go to the courses section like this. And instead of py equals to 24, I like to have more. For example, I like to say. So as you can see here, what I like to do, I like to make it like a bit more bigger than this. So in this case, I like to say 32 like this. So by having 32, I happen to have more space at the top, at the bottom here. And there you go. Right now we have already completed the courses section. Now let's move on to the next section.
Alright, now that we have already completed this courses section, now let's head back to our UI design, and let's check what's the next section that we should be doing, and which just need to be going to the bottom here. And this is the section that we should be doing, which is the achievement section. So achievement section is basically, what's the basic idea is that there's two grid here, and the first grid will be having this info about the achievement, and the second grid will be having the each single image like this. And this is almost, you find it's familiar that we have done before. This is basically almost kind of look like this hero section here. So basically hero section is like, on your left hand side you happen to have some text, on our right hand side we happen to have some image. So this is exactly what we'll be doing. I mean, not this by the way, but we'll be doing this instead. So basically we all, of course, I've already done this particular hero sections template. So all you have to do is to make use of this hero sections template, and that way we are able to speed up the process of developing this particular section for achievement section. So let's head back to our code, and in our code I would like to create a new component inside this components folder, and in this case I like to name the particular file called achievement.jsx. And in here I would like to start with the functional component template just by typing RAFCE like this, and then you're able to find your functional component like this. And all you have to do, I have to make use of the structure of hero sections. So in this case I like to go to my components folder here, I like to go to hero section, and now hero section, all I have to do, I like to copy this particular div, the outermost div here and this particular div here. And let's just copy this outermost div. Once I have copied, I like to go back to achievements file, and inside the achievement file I have to place it on top of this particular div here like this. Just like to paste it like this, and there you go. Right now I'll click save. Alright, so once you have already clicked save, you also need to make sure that we export this particular file inside our index.js, and all you have to do is just make another import here. And just need to type achievement. All you have to do is just select the first option like this. It just automatically creates this particular component. And the next thing you should also need to do is to export this particular component. Just copy this and just need to be pasting it inside this export part, and just like this. And of course, once we have exported it, we need to make sure that we call it in our app.jsx, which is here. Just go to app.jsx and just need to be calling it right at the most bottom here. Just need to open the components tag and just type ACHIE, and then you'll be able to find your achievement component to be listed in this particular options. Just need to click the first option, and you'll be able to find these particular achievement components to be automatically loaded on top here as an export. And as you can see, we have already imported it, and then you need to make sure that we close this particular self-closing tag just like this, and then we are already done. And let's click save, and let's see how the site looks like. And not to forget, we must make sure that we click save everything, which is save all here. Then we are able to go to the design here. Just need to click refresh. As you can see here, there's no output here. Let's check the console. What's the error? And yeah, this particular AI outline search is not defined, of course, because we made it here. We made it to be, yeah, we have called it here. Just like to comment it out for a while just to see how this page looks like. And of course we won't be needing this button at all. And as well as hero image is not defined as well, so I like to remove hero image as well like this. And let's click save. Let's go back to our site, and there you go. Now it's working. And as you can see here, let me just scroll it to the bottom here. You'll be able to find this particular section like this, and this is exactly how our next section will be placed. And there you go. So right now all you have to do, we won't be needing this particular search box here. I like to remove that search box. And in our code, of course, this is the one that we won't be needing. So we like to remove this form here. And yeah, once you have removed this, you are able to see in our browser, in our site, that we only have this particular text here. And first of all, I like to call that image that are actually coming from this design here, which is this particular image. So I've already loaded inside our project file. All you have to do is just need to look for this particular image called achievement. So in this case I like to go at the top here, and as you can see here, we already happen to load this particular image here, which is this particular image. And of course need to make sure that we have already loaded inside our index.js, which is here, achievement, which is coming from achievement.png, and of course it has been exported as well. And then we are able to good to go. And now our achievement.jsx file here, we should be making sure that we import that particular image first. So in this case I have to call import followed by the name. In this case I just say achieve like this, just like type achieve, and there you go. Right now you're able to find this particular achieve components coming from this assets. This is exactly what we wanted. Click on the second one and just need to copy this, the name of this, and then just need to be pasting it inside the source of the image. Click save. and let's click save everything. And there you go. Right now you're able to find your image to be placed it right here. But then as you can see here, this is not exactly how you wanted it to look like. This is not placed exactly to the center here because the whole grid is actually this particular invisible rectangle here. So in this case, for your context, I'll have to add some border around this particular image here, second grid here. So in this case, I'll have to add some div, and I'll have to place this particular image tag inside this particular div. And in this case, I will add some class name, and in this class name, I just like to say border. And by typing border and clicking save, you'll be able to find there's some section. You can actually find some section, an empty box here. This is the one that's meant for this second particular grid here. This particular grid is where we will be placing the image, and this particular grid is where we need to make sure that we place the image towards the center, exactly at the center. So in that way, we're able to make it look more like the design that has been provided, which is like this. So we need to make sure that we make this particular image to be aligned to the center of this box here. So in this case, I have to go to the code here. And in this case, I have to add margin equals to auto. The first place like this. In this case, I have to go to here and I have to take M margin and followed by auto. Okay, by doing this, all you have to do, I just need to make sure that the image is actually centered like this. So this is exactly how I want it to look like. And right now we have already made this particular image to the center, and we can only remove the border here, and yeah, including this particular class name as well. So let's click save. And the next thing also like to make sure is to this particular div, we won't be needing this particular two div here like this. And then all you have to do in the first div here, which is the first one here, which is this particular section here, which is the left hand side section. You need to make sure that we follow this particular design in our UI Figma design here. So the first thing is it starts with this particular our achievement, just a simple text here. So all you do, just need to copy this, go to our code, just need to be pasting our achievement inside this h1 tag here, not this p1 tag. We can remove this p1, this p tag, and inside the h1 tag, all you have to do, just need to paste our. To place hover here, and then inside this particular span tag here, which is the green colored tag, just replace achievement. You won't be needing any of the other stuffs that are outside the span tag. Just need to remove all the others like this, and there you go. Right now we are already done everything inside the h1 tag. So all you have to do, just need to be having just these two words, which is hover and achievement, something like this. And then let's click save. Let's see how it looks like in our browser. And there you go, this is how we wanted it to look like, and followed by this particular small text here. As you can see here, this particular text is too big compared to the one that we did it before, which we have only used text equals to 3XL, and that's why this is showing really big. And in this case, I like to reduce the size of here, and as you can see, there's no spacing at this particular space at the spot here. And then all you have to do, just need to go to our code and just need to be adding a space right after hover. And also, as you can see here, we have added the text size to be 6XL and 5XL, which is too big. All you have to do, just need to make sure that we just keep only one text. In this case, it's going to be only 3XL like this. Click save. And then once you have already did 3XL like this, you need to go to our browser. You're able to find your text to be a bit more decent, and this is how it's supposed to look like. And there you go. And right now, the next thing also like to add, I would like to make the font weight becomes bold instead of semi-bold. So in this case, I have to remove this semi-bold. Just need to say font equals to bold, and then you're able to find your particular font to be a bit more bigger. And one more thing is, as you can see here, the spacing between these two tags is not as big as this. This is so big. This is so big here, but so I mean the gap here. So I like to reduce the gap here, and in this case, I like to just remove this particular py here. So you can see there's two py here. There's py here and there's a py here. So we won't be reading the second py. So I like to remove the second py like this, and I like to click save. I also like to remove the py here as well in this particular h1 tag as well. And then when we check our code, and there you go. And one more thing is that we won't be needing this particular gap here, because the gap is already enough, just enough to fill these two spaces. And then you're able to find your text to look like something like this. And there you go. That's the first part here. And the next thing would be this 4 cards here. In this case, it's going to be about like, there's going to be a 4 here. There's going to be a 4 cards like this. And this 4 cards mainly is about, it's going to be having a box here, and there's going to be another icon inside here. and that icon actually having a different color, and also happen to have a different background color. For example, there's a light green, and then the outline is dark green. And besides this particular icon image box here, container here, you also happen to have some numbers at the top here and some text on the top here, at the bottom here, sorry. And the next thing is that, as you can see here, this for section is actually arranged in a way there will always be two of them like this. So in this case, I have to make it to become like, I have to make use of grids, where grids is where we are able to make use to arrange them in this order. So that's the best way. So grids, we can actually make use of grids column equals to 2, so that we are able to limit the number of columns. So in this case, there's 2 columns here, which is one here, there's one more here, and then whenever there's another one, we go to the following one, and that's how this particular grid column would work. And let's head back to our code. And in our code, right below this particular p tag here, this particular p tag will be the one that will be above this particular for section, the cards here, number of cards. So first of all, I have to add a div just like this, and inside this div is going to be, this is where we'll be placing the for cards here. So in this case, not to place the for cards, I like to make use of grids. So of course, let's add class name first. So inside the class name, I have to start with grid followed by grid column. In this case, I have to say grid calls, and I have to place 2 for this particular grid number of columns, so that we were able to place 2 cards in the same row. And there you go. And first of all, let's inside this particular div here, this particular div, I have to add another div inside this particular main div here. So I have to add a div, and inside this div is where we'll be placing the first card here. The card should be having, first of all, I like to see the size, the shape, and the width of this particular card here. So in that case, I have to add class name, and of course I have to add like a border here just to check the size of this particular card. So in this case, I have to click save and head back to our browser, and there you go. Right now, just able to see a line here, and that way we can't decide anything. So in that case, I have to add like a padding of y-axis of 6. So in this case, we're able to see some filling here. As you can see here, this is where you'll be able to find your section here once you have already added the padding. Right now we are able to start with the icon here. So in this case, I have to go back to the design, and we can check the first icon that has been used here. The first icon that has been used is this particular graduate icon here. So in this case, we can actually make use of graduate icons using React icons. So React icons is basically like a library where we have already installed earlier. So in order to like look for any particular icon that we would be using, just look for React icons like this, and then you just have to go for the first option here, which is this. And this particular website will be containing all the React icons that has been used. So in this case, all you have to do is just type for this particular icon that you would like to use. In this case, like just type grad, and then you're able to find a lot of list of icons that are actually inside part of the React icons library. So in this case, I have to choose only one, and in this case, I have to choose this particular grad icon here, because this is the only one that has outline that looks similar to this particular icon here. Of course, this you can actually make use of this particular SVG icon as well, but in this case, I like to show you guys on what is the alternative to SVG. So in this case, the alternative to SVG is to make use of React icons. So all you do is just need to click on this particular icon here. Just need to click on this, and then you'll be automatically copied to your clipboard, and then go back to our code here. And inside this particular div that you have created here, which is this particular div, we are able to place the first icon like this. And in order to place this icon like this, we need to make sure that we call like this. Of course, like this. It's a self-closing tag like this. In order to call it this here, you need to make sure that we have already imported at the top here as well. So in this case, I have to say import followed by the name of the particular icon that we copied, and it should be inside a curly braces like this. As you can see here, right now we have already placed the name here, and of course we need to make sure that we also need to redirect where is it coming from. So you must say from, and this is coming from React icons. And we need to place another dash here, and need to make sure that we specify which particular library is it. So as you can see here, we're able to see the first two initial here, which is SL, is the one that we should be using. So in this case, I will say S followed by L like this. So in this case, we're able to find our icons actually being used inside our browser like this. I'm going to check it here, and there you go. Right now you're able to find your icon, we have just imported from the React icons actually using here. As you can see, this is very small here, so that's why we need to add some size and including some colors. So in this case, I go back to our code, and I like to open this particular component here, and inside here I like to add some styling here. But in this particular icon here, we won't be using class naming. Instead, we'll be using size, color, and style as well, something like that. So in this case, the first props will be size, like this, and then I have to give like a rough size of 30 pixels like this. So we'll click save, and as you can see in our browser, you're able to find this particular icon to be became a bit more bigger. And also one more thing is that this particular icon should be placed inside a box here. As you can see inside our design here, this is actually placed inside a box or a square box here. And this particular box is going to be a div, and inside that div is where we'll be placing this particular icon here. Let's create a div that wraps this particular icon here. So in this case, I have to cut this for a while, and I open a div like this, and inside this div is where we'll be placing the icon, something like this. And of course, let's make the indentation to be more neatly. And of course, let's add some class name here as well. In this case, I'd add class name. And this is the one, this particular class name is meant for the box here, which is this particular box here. This is light green color box here, and this color is actually, this particular box actually is a square box here. So in this case, I just like to start with adding some padding here. In this case, I like to add padding equals to 4, just like this, and let's click save. And also let's see how it looks like. And as you can see, we don't actually see anything, we can't see where is the box is located. So in this case, I have to add some border here, the border to see where this particular box is located, just like this. Click save, and then inside our browser you'll be able to find your box is actually filling up the whole space here, which is not what we wanted it, because we wanted it look like something like it's a box here followed by this another component to place, like just to have some text at the right hand side. So in this case, instead of making this particular div to filling up the whole space, we can add flags to make sure that it's not filling up the whole space. So let's add flags like this, and then by adding flags you'll be able to find a huge difference has been gone. As you can see here, right now this particular box is only just a small box, it does not fill the whole space like this. So this is exactly why we're making use of flags. And of course, let's add some background color for this particular box here. So in this case, first of all, I have to go to the design here. I have to copy this particular design, its color, and then you're able to find inside our inspect here, you'll be able to find the color here, which is inside our CSS here. We're able to find this particular, inside CSS here, we're able to find primary color here, which is this. You can copy this and then go back to our code. We are able to place it inside this particular div class name here. Just need to put BG, which stands for background, and of course need to put a dash, and it's going to be a square bracket. Inside the square bracket, we'll be placing the color code which we have just copied, and let's click save. And there you go. Right now you're able to find your icon that has been with the background color here. But as you can see, the color of the icon itself is not what it looks like inside this particular design here. This particular icon is actually dark green here, and of course, let's copy this particular color here, which is this particular color. Just need to copy this, and of course let's go back to our code, and in our code we can actually change the color of this particular icon here. In this case, let's add another props called style, and inside the style props here we can actually add another curly braces like this, and inside this curly braces we can actually add color, which is a CSS properties like this, and just try to say color and followed by colon and followed by quotation mark like this. And then inside here we are able to place the color that we wanted. So let's like paste it right inside here like this, and let's click save. Let's see our browser, and there you go. Now that we have already added this particular background color, but as you can see here, if we compare it to the design here, this particular design has some corner radius. So in this case, I have to add some corner radius to this particular green colored box here. So in this case, I have to go to the code and go to this particular div that has the class name, which is with the background color here. After this background color, we need to add some corner radius. Just need to say rounded, and I like to increase the size of the rounded corner. So in this case, I have to add XL, and let's click save, and then you'll be able to find some corner radius being applied like this. And this is exactly how we want it to look like. And the next thing is you can actually add this to text here. So in this case, I have to go to the code here, and right below this particular div here, I can actually add another div right below here like this. So in this case, it's going to be another div. And first of all, I like to add like an h1 tag, just like this. And of course, this h1 tag will be having, I like to say 300, like in the design. And as you can see here, we're able to see this 300 number here. And of course, I like to add another tag here. In this case, I like to say a p tag here. And this inside this particular p tag, I'll be having the description of the number. In this case, I like to add this particular text here, which is instructor. Just like this, click save, and then you're able to find your text is being applied like this. So as you can see here, this two tags should be having some gap from the box here, and also this particular 300, the text called 300 should be having a bigger size than this. And yeah, then of course the color, this particular color should be a bit more gray, like the design like this. And that way we're able to make it more like the design here. So first of all, I have to go to this particular h1 tag here. Before I need to add some gap inside this div. So I have to add a class name for this div, and this class name is basically, I need to have some gap from the box here. In this case, I have to add some padding of x-axis. In this case, I have to add about like 3 should be enough. And as if you can see our site here, you'll be able to find some gap that are actually being applied like this. So as you can see, this is what we needed. And right after the gap here, we are able to start edit the text here. In this case, right inside this h1 tag here, I can actually add some class name. And first of all, I like to increase the size here. In that case, I like to add text equals to 2xl, just like this. So as you can see inside of our site, this is what we want it to look like. And of course, the next thing should be the font weight. In that case, we are able to make it a bit more bold. So in this case, I like to add font equals to semi-bold. And let's click save. Now you're able to find this particular text to be a bit more thicker than the usual one. And of course, let's change this particular instructor color to become gray. So in that way, we're able to make it more like the design. So in this case, I have to add class name. And in this case, we can actually add the color of the text here. So in this case, let's go to the design and let's copy this particular color here. And this particular text will be having this particular gray color here. So I just need to copy this. And once you have copied, let's go to our code, and inside the class name, we need to say text followed by a square bracket, and just need to place the color code inside the square bracket like this and close it, and you're able to find your color is actually being applied in the site here like this. And this is exactly how we wanted it to look like. And the next thing is, of course, there's going to be another, we have already done one of this, and there'll be another 3 more here. So all you have to do is just need to go inside this particular div here. This is the div here, and then of course I don't want that to be a border here. I would like to remove this border here and as well as this border here, because these 2 borders does not actually contribute to the things. It's just for me to see where the boundaries of this particular these 2 divs. So that way we're able to sort them out properly. And the next thing is, let's add another 3 more cards like this. So this case, let's go back to the code. I have to make this particular div to be, I have to copy this first and copy this particular div here. And this div will be, I like to paste it right below here. And let's click save. You're able to find there's another one will be here, and this particular one will be having a different color here. As you can see here, this is not having the same color. It's actually a different color, yellow color. And let's start with the background color first. So the background color is actually yellow. Actually yellow here. So as you can see, you can copy this like this, and we can paste it inside this particular here, right here, like this. And let's click save, and then you're able to find this particular color will be different. And of course, this particular icon's color is also will be having a different color, which is in this case it's going to be this color here. Just need to copy this FFC27A. Go back to our code. We need to be pasting it right inside this particular style here. Let's click save, and there you go. Let's inside our browser, you will be able to find this particular design like this. And of course, they just need to change this particular text content like this. For example, in this case we put 300. Just need to be pasting it like this. Then in this case it's going to be a video like this. Okay, like this. Just like this. Click save, and then you're able to find this text has been updated. The next thing is that, of course, according to design, we need to be making sure that we use this video icon here. So let's go to our React icon library and look for video. And there you go. Right now you happen to have a multiple choice here. So I'll click this. I'll just select only one of this, which has almost the same style as in the design here. So in this case, I like to click this particular FI video here because this almost kind of looks like the one that we have already inside our design like this. And once we have copied this, we need to be placing it inside. We just need to be replacing this with this particular SL graduation here. Just need to click save. And of course, once we put it here, we also need to make sure that we import it here as well. So in this case, I like to say import and place the FI video icon inside the curly braces, just like this. And this is coming from React icons like this. And then we also need to make sure that we specify which particular React library which this is coming from. FI like this, you be saying like this. Let's click save, and then you're able to find your changes has been updated inside our design like this, just like this. And let's go to this. The third one will be almost the same as the first one, so I have to copy the first one like this. I have to copy the first one, and I like to paste it right below the second one here, which is this. Click save, and then you're able to find your third one to be listed right like this. And of course, the only difference is that this particular will be having only a different color here, which is going to be a red color for the background and the icon here. So in this case, let's start with the background here. The background should be having this particular color here. And of course, let's paste it inside this particular background here. Let's click save. And of course, the next thing is, of course, I need to make sure that we copy this color for the icon here. So I need to copy this. Let's paste it right inside here. Just like this, click save, and then you're able to find your third box has been listed like this. And of course, you need to make sure that the content is the same like this. Just need to make sure that we copy this and we paste it inside of 300. And the content below, instead of instructor, we just change it to student. And there you go. Now we already done the third one here. The next one, the last one will be just another one here. Okay, the last one will be this particular section here. This is meant for users here. In this case, I can just pick another icon that's coming from the React icons. So I have to go to the React icons, search for people, so that we're able to find something similar to that particular icons that have been used inside the UI design. And as you can see here, there are a lot of options here. So I just like to see this particular, just like to select this the last one here. So in this case, I have to copy this SL people, go back to our code, and of course, we need to make sure that we import it first as well. So I like to say import. And we need to place that name of the icon that we have just copied inside this particular curly braces. And once we have already copied and pasted it inside here, we need to make sure which particular React icon is it coming from. So in this case, I have to say from React icons, and specifically it's coming from SL like this. And let's click save. And then of course there needs to be another card here, so I have to make a copy of the one in the previous one. Just like to make a copy of this. Just like to copy this and paste it right below this particular div like this. And instead of this SL graduation here, I like to copy the SL people. Copy the SL people here. I like to paste it at the last one like this. Just like to paste it right here like this, and let's click save. And you're able to find your last one to be having a different icon here. And of course, let's follow the color that have been utilized here. In this case, I like to make use of this light blue color have been used here. So just need to be copying. This particular background color here. Just need to copy this. Go back to our code. Just paste it right inside here. And let's click save. You're able to find the color has been changed. And the last thing should be is just this particular outline color, which is this color here. Copy this color and go back to our code. You'll be just need to be pasting it inside this particular style here. Let's click save. And there you go. Right now we're able to find there's like 4 cards here. And also need to make sure that we change the content. For example, in this case, I have to copy this particular content here. And just need to be pasting it inside this particular 20,000 content here. And of course, you need to be replacing this particular student here with users, something like this. So let's click save and let's check our browser. And there you go. Right now we already completed most of the things here. But the next thing also we need to make sure how does this thing look like. As you can see, when we zoom out, this particular text is actually aligned to this particular image here. But then in our code here, this particular text is like almost to the above the top here. So we need to make sure this particular section is actually aligned to the center around here. So that way we're able to make it to be almost similar to the design here. So in this case, I like to go to the top here. As you can see, we have made the flex column to become justified to start here. In this case, I have to add justify to center, just like this. And once we have done this, let's check the browser here. As you can see here in our browser, we're able to find this particular text is actually towards the center here. And as you can see, there's no much gap has been placed between these two text and these two cards here. So I have to add like a padding here, padding around this particular card here. So this case I have to go to the code, and in this case I have to add some padding for this particular card section. So in this case I have to add py first, which stands for padding y-axis, and then of course I have to add like a padding of 16 like this, and let's click save and let's check our browser. And there you go. Right now you're able to find your section is far more better looking than the previous one. So this is the one that we have already done. And yeah, as you can see inside our, when we make it into a mobile responsive state, you'll be able to find your site to be very responsive like this. This is exactly how we wanted it to look like. And that's it. Let's go to the next section. Alright everyone, so next up let's go to the next section in our design here. So in our design, as you can see here, once we have completed this achievement section, the next section would be categories section. So categories section is basically going to be a list of cards, and these cards, each and every single card here will be having its own unique categories that is being listed right in this particular repeating group of cards like this. So there will be 3 rows here of 4 columns, so in that way we're able to arrange them properly. And if you were to zoom them properly like this, you can find there's like 3 main elements inside card component. As you can see, there's the first icon here, and then there's a text here, then there's an arrow icon here, and this particular arrow icon is actually having a background color of green color box here. And that's what this is the basic idea of this particular section would look like. And yeah, as you can see here, this is pretty simple to do. Just need to be having this particular card here, and need to make sure that we repeat them a couple of times. And there you go. Now let's go to our code, and in our code here I would like to create another new component called, first of all I need to go to the component folder like this and create a new file. And in this case I have to call categories.jsx, and inside this file I like to type RAFCE, and eventually there will be a boilerplate for functional component like this. As you can see in the design here, I've already make use of these 2 tags here, and these 2 tags will be almost the same as the one in the previous section. So all I would like to do is just like go to my previous section, which is achievement section here. First of all, I would like to copy the outermost div here. For example, these 2 div here, I like to copy this, and once I've copied them, I'll go back to the categories file here, and of course I have to make sure that I actually replace on top of all of this. And of course I also need to make sure I should be having a closing tag for both of this div, and this is the first closing div, and of course I need to be making sure there's another closing div for the outermost div, for example like this. And there you go. Right now, as you can see here, there's 2 particular div here to make sure to have some styling here. And of course, as you can see here, this particular background color is not actually like the previous one. So it's not white, but this is the color that we'll be using. So in this case, I go to inspect, I like to copy the background color. As you can see, it's already been copied to clipboard, and I go back to the code. All I do just need to replace it inside this particular background color styling properties here. Instead of white here, I need to make sure that I actually open a square bracket, and I like to replace the color code which I just copied. And not to forget, I need to be placing the hash key at the front here, so that then only the color would work. And let's click save, and of course let's make sure that we actually export this inside the app.jsx, and so that we are able to see this particular code inside the website. So first of all, I need to make sure that I actually call this inside index.js first. So in this case, I have to go to the last list here. In this case, I have to import it first. So import categories, of course, and it's coming from /categories. Of course, once I've already imported here, I also need to make sure that I actually export it here as well, just like this. And of course, let's go to app.jsx. So in this case, I have to go to app.jsx. Of course, I need to make sure I create another new component right below this achievement component called categories. And I just need to be selecting this, by the way, on the list here. So once you have already select on the one in the option here, you'll be able to find your categories component already been imported right at the top here. So you don't have to do manually import it at the top here. So in this case, let's close this particular tag here. As you can see, but if you already closed this particular component, we are able to click save everything, and let's open our browser. And in our browser, you're able to find some green color section here. This is the one that's referring to the categories section, and let's put it over the site just like this. And of course, let's make sure that we also open our code on our left hand side. And there you go. So next, let's go to the categories section. And in our categories section file here, of course, the first thing I like to do is I need to make sure that I actually follow the design here. So I like to take these 2 particular tags here. This 2 particular tags has already been used like this. For example, as you can see, there's already here. So I like to make sure that I actually just need to be copying this and from the previous section, which is achievement section here. So I like to copy the h1 tag and the p1 tag that I've already used here. So let's copy this. So I like to copy this to text box here, and and then I like to go to categories, and I like to place it like here, right in for the main div here, so that we're able to see these two texts actually visible. So, and then next thing is inside our categories, I like to click save first, and then you're able to find these two particular texts has already been appeared. So in this case, I like to just change the name. For example, in this case, I like to change this most popular categories. I just need to make sure I use this, and then just need to be making sure that I actually replace it inside here. And in this case, it's gonna be most. Yeah, I'll be replacing this text here with most, and that's it. And yeah, as you can see, we have already used this particular text here, content here. And the next thing is, of course, let's start adding this particular list of cards here. And this particular cards actually are going to be reusable. And when it is reusable, we should be using components instead, rather than using just a simple div, repeating group of div. So first of all, right after this p tag here, I must make sure that to place another div here. And inside this div here is where we'll be placing the list of cards. So I like to say a class name for this. And this is the one that will be using grid column styling properties. But as you can see here, this grid column styling properties has already been used here, and this is not meant for this particular div here. So I like to remove this from here, and I like to place it right here like this. And in this case, this particular grid columns is meant for 4. First, since there's 4 number of columns, so that way we're able to arrange them properly. And inside this is the one that we can actually place that particular list of cards, because we are able to arrange them in the form of grid, and we can give around like 4 columns in a particular row. So the first of all, I like to make sure that I actually create a new component called category card, example like this. And this particular category card is not yet created yet, so I'm just going to be making sure that I actually place it here just for a while like this. And then as you can see, once we're able to create this particular category card here, which is this particular list of cards here, and then we're able to arrange them properly in a grid form. And so let's create this particular category card here. So let's copy this first, copy the name of this card here, and I will create another new component inside the component file. For example, in this case, let's say category card.jsx, and inside here is going to be another functional component. Just by typing REFCE, click enter, and then you're able to find another new div here. So this is the one that I would like to make use of. I like to create the card div here. So in this case, I like to click save everything first, and of course I need to make sure inside our categories here, also need to make sure that I actually import our category card at the top here. So I must say import. So once I have said import, I must call category card just like this, and then of course just need to be selecting the second option in the menu here. Once you have selected this, you are able to easily import category card here. And let's click save all first, so that we are able to see the effect. And there you go, inside our browser here, you're able to find this particular category card text here. This is the text that's supposed to be showing up when we created the simple boilerplate, because the text is here. This is the text that's being showing here. So I like to remove this text here, and I like to keep this particular div to become an empty div. And of course, it's going to be having a class name for this. And first of all, I like to start with background color. So in this case, I will say BG equals to white. As you can see here, you don't find any changes has been made. So in that case, we must be adding some padding here. So I like to add padding equals to 4. And once I click save, as you can see here, there's a white color box has been appeared here. And this is the box that's basically the basic idea of this particular card here. And let's continue by adding some shadow. So in this case, I like to add shadow equals to LG. And also, I like to make the corners to become rounded by saying rounded equals to MD. And just like this. And also, I like to add some content of this particular card here. In this case, it's going to be an icon here and a pen icon here. So I like to go to React icons, and in our React icons library here, I would like to search for pen. And as you can see here, that you can find a lot of options of pen here. So in this case, I like to choose the one that looks like in the design, which is right here. As you can see here, this particular BS vector pen is basically the one that's almost look like the one in the design here. So I like to have just copied this, and in our code here, I like to first of all, I need to make sure that I actually import at the top here. And I must make sure that I open the curly braces and paste the icon at the top inside the curly braces. And of course, this particular icon is actually coming from React icons like this, and specifically it's coming from BS, which stands for bootstrap.
just like this. And as you can see, let's click save. And of course, the next thing is, of course, I like to start by actually calling that particular icon inside here, inside this particular div. So I like to call like a component example, like, yeah, as you can see, like just like calling like a simple component like this. So in that case, we are able to find that particular icon actually appearing inside here. And there you go. Right now you're able to find that particular icons actually being displayed here. Called, yeah, this is too small here, and I can't actually see anything just by looking at this particular pen tool here. So I like to increase the size here. So I like to open this particular component here, and I like to add the first props going to be size, and this size I like to place around like 30 pixels. And by clicking save, you're able to find your pen size has already been increased like this. And the next thing is I like to go to the design here in our UI. As you can see, I like to add this particular text here, just this design. And I like to go to the design. I like to add another text box right below this particular icon here. So I like to call an h1 tag. And inside this h1 tag, I like to place that particular content which says design. And once you click save, you will be able to find your design will be listed inside right below the icon here. But we don't want it to be at the bottom here, because we need to make sure that we place these two elements to be in the same row, by the way. And that way we must be making sure that we use flex at this particular div here. So like to say flex. And once you click save, you'll be able to find your text has been moved to the right hand side of the pen tool here. And as you can see, this is not actually aligned to the center, and we need to make sure that we add items center. And once we set the items to set to the center, and you'll be able to find your design text here to be aligned to the center like this here. And also, as you can see, there's no gap in between this pen tool and the text tool here. So in this case, I like to add gap equals to 4, just like this, and then you're able to find your design, and the text and the pen tool will be having some space here. And next thing, if you notice, is that this particular text is too small. So I like to add some class name to this particular design, so that we're able to change the size of this particular text. So in this case, first of all, I like to say text equals to 2XL. And by clicking save, you'll be able to find your design. The text has became a bit more bigger. And I also like to add some font weight to this particular text here by saying font equals to semi-bold, just like this. And then you're able to find your text became a bit more thicker than its usual. And that's how we're able to make this. And also the next thing will be to add this particular arrow icon here, but this particular arrow icon actually is inside a box here. And this particular box is actually having a background color of green as well. First of all, I like to look for this particular icon here, right inside the React icons. And in this case, I just like to look for arrow just by saying arrow here like this. And there you go. Once you search for the term called arrow, you'll be able to find a list of arrow icons here. And for the one that looks almost like the design here, is basically like to scroll it to the bottom here, a bit to the bottom, and then you'll be able to find this particular BS arrow upright here. Like to click on this particular icon and go back to our code. And in our code, of course, first of all, I like to import it right here. As you can see, this is basically right after this particular icon, the first icon we have initialized. So I like to import it right beside here. And because these two icons actually belongs to the same icon library, which is BS and BS, so it will be easier for me to place them inside the same curly braces because they're coming from the same icon library, which is BS. And of course, I like to create another new icon component like this right below this h1 tag. And of course, going to be I like to make it like a component like this, component style arrow upright. And of course, that's going to be needing a closing tag for this as well. Let's click save, and there you go. Right now you're able to find a little arrow has been created. So of course, we need to make sure that we add some size for this. So I like to copy the size which we have just implemented here. I like to paste it right here as well, and let's click save, and then you're able to find your arrow has been listed like this. And the next thing is, of course, I like to make sure that this particular arrow should be having this particular color when it's not hovered. And as you can see, this particular outline is basically happens when we hover on top of the card, and we don't hover on top of the card, it will become like this default here. This is the default style here. So until when we hover on top this is the default style here. So first of all, I like to give this particular icon a different color than the one that we already have. So in this case, I like to go to the in this case, I like to go back to the code here, and in our code, I like to add another new props right below here. In this case, I like to say style, and this style will be having a curly braces and another curly braces, so that we are able to place CSS properties called color. And of course, we need to make sure that we place a colon, and it's going to be another quotation mark inside here, and this is where we are able to place a specific color that we would like to have. In this case, I like to copy the color of
icon that we've used. For example, I can just like go to this particular UI design here and like copy what color is it. For example, this is the color here. So once you have copied, go back to the code, and in our code you'll be able to just place it right inside here like this. So it's that simple. And once you click save, you're able to find your color of your arrow has been changed to green. And this is the simplest way to make use of this particular icon component like this. And of course, the next thing would be to actually to make the place, where is it being located. As you can see here, this particular arrow is located at the most right here. So we need to make sure that we place the first two icons to be on the left hand side, and then the last and the third icon should be placed at the left hand side. So first of all, I need to make sure that I need to add justify between styling properties at the most right hand side of this particular div here. So I must say justify between, and once I click save, and you'll be able to find these three items actually placed as far apart to each other. But I must make sure that these two pen and the design text has to be in the same div here, so that they are not actually separated. So in this case, I have to make sure that this two pen icon and the text box here should be placed inside the same div. I must create another new div like this. And inside the newly created div, I have to paste these two elements here, which is the pen icon, and then the text box like this. And I click save. And once you click save, you're able to find these two. As you can see, these two pen and the text is actually not actually aligned in the same arrow, around the same row. So I must also need to make sure that to add some class name for this particular div, which I've just created. And so this class name, I have to say flex. And there you go. Right now, as you can see here, there's no gap in between them. So let's add gap equals to 4. And once I've added, you're able to find some gap in between them. And there you go. Right now, we have already completed some basic styling of this particular card here. The next one will be to add some animation. As you can see here, when we hover on top of this card, there will be an outline that covers around the particular card here. And this particular outline is basically to have some border here. So only when we hover on top of this card, there'll be a border of green color. So let's add that. So go back to our code. And in our code, of course, it's going to be in the outermost div here. And let's go to the most right hand side here, and I like to add border. And of course, I need to make sure to put a condition. So by default, it should be a transparent border. So I must make sure to have border equals to transparent first. And once you've added border equals to transparent, you must be having another condition when we hover. So when we hover, the border color will not be transparent anymore. So in this case, I must say border color will be having a specific color that's supposed to be placed in a square bracket like this. And this color is basically this color which we have just copied here, basically the same color as the arrow of when it's not hovered. So now I can place it right inside here, the green color which we have just copied from the UI design. So let's click save, and as you can see here, when we hover on top of this, you are able to find that particular outline has been created. And the next thing would also I like to make the cursor to become a pointer when we hover on top of that particular card here. So at the most right here, I like to add another hover properties. And then when we hover on top of this, the cursor should become pointer. So I like to say cursor equals pointer. And as you can see, let's click save. Once you save this particular style here, you will be able to find when you hover on top of this, your cursor becomes a pointer like this. And of course, next thing would be to add this particular background color of this particular background color here. And this particular background color of green only applies for the third element here, which is the arrow. So first of all, I have to go to the icon here, and of course I need to make sure that I wrap this particular icon inside a div here, a separate div. So I like to make sure that I actually place another newly created div. And this is the newly created div here. I like to place that particular icon which I've just made, and of course I like to place it I like to indent it to the front, to inside here. And of course, this regular div will be having a class name as well. And first of all, I like to add a background color so that we are able to wrap around this particular arrow. So like to say background equals to, and of course it's going to be the same one that we have copied here. For example, you can see this is the color here. So I like to copy this color, and I like to create another new square bracket, and I like to place it inside here. As you can see, when we click save, we're able to find there'll be a square shaped green color box will be created. And as you can see, it's not actually rounded, so I like to add some rounded corners. So I like to say rounded equals to LG, and once you click save, you're able to find there's some rounded corners here. And of course, I like to make the size of this particular box to be a bit more bigger. So I like to say padding equals to 3. So I like to say P equals to 3, just like this. And once you click save, you're able to find your size of this particular box has been increased as well. But as you can see here, this particular box should only appear only when we hover on top of this card here. So that's what I would like to do. But this particular card is basically we need to hover the parent class, and only then the child class will be affected. And in this case, I like to make use of group edit. So I like to make sure that I place group edit styling properties inside the parent class here at the most outermost div here. And of course, I like to go to the most right here, and I like to make it another new styling properties which says group / edit, just like this. And once we hover on top of this, and this will be only be affected when we hover on top of the card. So I would like to make this particular bg equals to green here. It should be the one that should only be affected when we hover on top of the card. So first of all, I like to add group hover followed by / and I must say edit followed by a colon like this. And as you can see, what is actually happening here is that basically when we group hover on top of this card here, this particular edit will be triggering this particular background color here. So let's click save. And once you click save, you're able to find only when we hover on top of this card, this particular green color will be triggered or will be applied, and otherwise it won't be affected. But as one more thing is still left, is basically, as you can see, when we hover on top of this particular arrow is actually missing. So as you can see, according to the design here, this particular arrow should be white color instead. But as you can see, we can't actually create white color when there's already another color here. So in this case, there's only one way to do, is actually make use of pure CSS, and then we are good to go with that. So first of all, I have to add class name for this particular icon here, and this particular class name will just to uniquely identify this particular icon, not to give any styling yet. So in this case, I have to add class name equals to arrow icon, just like to give a simple name, just like this. And then of course, let's copy this arrow icon class name here, and I let go to app.css where we are able to place the styling effects, and let it go to app.css, and at the most bottom here, I've right under the slick pref here, let to add another new class name called arrow icon, like which I have just copied, and open this particular braces. And this particular arrow icon should be having a white color fill. So in this case, I have to add fill equals to white. And as you can see, once you place this, when we click save, you're able to find your arrow will be missing here when we don't hover on top of this. But when we hover on top of this particular arrow icon will be visible because of the background color green. But this particular styling, when it's white, should only be applying when we hover on top of this main particular card here. And how are we able to apply this particular trigger inside CSS? Of course, we need to uniquely identify the parent card here. So in this case, let us go to category card here. Inside the div class, inside the class name of this particular outermost div here, I like to say category card, just like this. And this does not do anything yet because this is just a simple unique name. And I like to copy this, and I have to go back to the app.css. Only when we hover on top of this particular class name, which is category card, basically we need to make, like for example, we need to make sure that we put a hover trigger, just like this. Only then this particular arrow icon will become white color, so that we are able to make this particular should be also be visible on both when we hover and we don't hover. So let's click save, and of course need to make sure that we save all first. And once we have saved, as you can see here, once we hover on top of this card, you'll be able to find this particular arrows actually applied also for both hover and not hovering on top of this. And there you go. Right now we have already finished some basic styling effects as well to the category card. And let's open our browser to become a bit more bigger. As you can see here, there's no gap at the top here and the bottom here. So in this case, I have to add some padding, and this padding will be applied not in category card here. It's basically in the categories section here, where with this particular div here. And right after this grid column styling properties, we can add padding of y-axis of, let's give around like 12 should do. And once we click save, you're able to find there'll be some gap in between the text here and then the box here. And of course, let's make a repeating group of this. By the way, let's copy this, and I like to paste it a couple of times. As you can see here, I've just made like a 4 cards here. And of course, as you can see, let's open our browser here. As you can see, there's no gap in between every single card here. So first of all, I like to add like a gap to separate them when they are arranged in a grid way. So I like to say gap equals to 4, and let's click save. And once you have already added 4, as you can see, there'll be some gaps in between the cards here. Even
even your x-axis will be having a gap here. So let's add more cards here so that we're able to see more effects are actually applied here. So let's make another copy of this. I'm going to copy all of these cards here and we paste it right below here. And I like to make another copy of this and paste it right below here. So total there'll be a 12 number of cards. So let me click save, and I'd like to open the browser here. As you can see, there's like a simple, good looking categories like this. So as you can see, it will be far more nicer if you look like this. And as well, let's test the responsiveness. As you can see here, once we made the responsiveness to become to a mobile here, as you can see, it's like this particular design is actually cards are actually having a list of long lists here. But then we don't want them to be filling up the whole section because we don't want them to causing a huge height here. So in this case, we can actually make them to become 2 columns in the same row when it's not in the big screen here, and that way we're able to reduce the height of this particular section here. We don't want them, because this particular section is too long. Copy this particular grid columns equals to 4, and I like to paste it right beside here. Instead of 4, I like to make it 2 like this. And once you click save, you'll be able to find you'll be having 2 columns in the same row like this, and then at the same time the height of the section has also been reduced like this by 50%. And there you go. Right now let's make this particular design, the responsiveness, to become a bit more bigger. And there you go. Right now there's another problem I've arisen. As you can see here, this particular design is meant for MD here, which is medium sized screen here. So in that way, we're able to make the 4 number of columns only meant for large size screen. So we just need to making sure that we change this MD to LG, and let's click save. And once you change the MD to LG, you're able to find your cards actually arranged in a better view like this. And then we can actually make it a bit more bigger, and then you're able to find the number of cards actually arranged properly. And there you go. Right now we have already completed this particular section. Let's go to the next section. Alright, now that we have already done this particular category section, but as you can see here, all these particular icons and the text of this particular cards are all the same. So let's make it a bit more dynamic, because that's how we are able to make more like the design. So let's go to our code. Now as you can see here, in our category card, we all have the same card here because this is all hard coded. So one thing we can do is that we can actually replace this particular icon here with dynamic icons. And what I meant by dynamic is that the data of this particular icon should be coming from the parent class, which is the category section here. So let's say if I like to pass this particular icon here via this particular category card component, add a props, and inside this particular component, like this, like icons, this particular prop should be having a curly braces, and inside this curly braces we should be passing the icon here. For example, let's say if I like to copy this icon, just like to copy this, and once I copy it, I'll just like to paste it inside this particular icons props like this. And all you have to do just need to make sure that we pass it properly. And of course, just let's make sure that we actually make it more look like a props component like this. And there you go. Right now, as you can see here, this particular icons, basically we are passing an icon called vector pen. This particular icon should also be received in the form of props as well. So in this case, let's go back to the category card here. First of all, I need to make sure that I must be able to receive it first, so that way we're able to pass the props. For example, I need to place the icons here, just like this, and then of course this particular icon is going to be the dynamic data, and I'll be replacing this particular icon that's already been listed here, and I'll be replacing here like this, just like this, by the way. And also, as you can see here, this particular BS vector pen we won't be needing it inside here, but as you can see, we will be needing it inside our category section here. So I like to paste it inside the categories like this, and we won't be needing this one here. And of course, as you can see here, once we are able to pass this inside to the main category card as a props, we are able to see that this particular category card will be receiving the icons as a props. We are able to find this particular icon in the form of props. So basically I like to save everything first, so I'll be able to see the difference. And there you go. As you can see here, we have only passed this particular icon only for the first card, and hence that's the reason why you're able to see the pen icon only have appeared for the first card here. The rest is nothing here. And also I like to pass not just the icons here, but also the text for this particular card. For example, let's say the next thing would be to add another prop called title. And inside this particular prop I'll be passing the title for this particular card will be design. And that way we're able to pass this particular title data inside our category card. Also, we must make sure that we place the title prop to receive it as a parameter like this, and then we actually need to make sure that we copy this title, and then we just need to be pasting it inside, replacing it as a dynamic data like this, like a title here.
And once we click save, you're able to find that all of this particular card will be gone because we don't have anything else added inside here, because we are the card actually depending on this particular data that's coming in the form of props. And that we are able to pass different data, different icons into by using the same card. For example, let's say if I were to copy the same card here, make a copy of this, go to the following line. I like to replace this particular vector BS vector pen with a different icon here. But let's say if I would like to go to the design here, which we have just did, and in our design here, second one will be to add this particular HTML, and the title is going to be development. So in the case, I like to go to that particular design title here. I like to replace it with development. And inside our React icons, I would like to look for a particular icon just by typing HTML like this. And I like to pick a random icon which actually represents web development. Like for example, like to use this HTML5 icon here. So I like to copy this. I like to go to the code, and I like to replace it inside. And first of all, I need to be making sure that I call this particular icon. For example, import, followed by the name of the icon which we have just copied, and then which is coming from React icons. And specifically it's coming from TI, and that's it. Let's click save, and then of course we need to make sure that we just need to copy this particular icon, and then we just need to be replacing inside this BS vector pen like this, and then you're able to find your icon will be appearing right here. And that's how you're able to make it like this. And the next thing is just basically just need to be making sure that we do for all these icons here, so that we're able to make a better looking icon here. I'll be skipping this particular step, and all you have to do is you are able to find this particular steps fully done inside the GitHub repository I have attached in this particular project. And that's it for this part. Alright everyone, now that we have already completed the categories section, so now let's head back to the next section that we should be doing, is this particular feedback section. So basically feedback section is just going to be containing a couple of cards, feedback cards, and which will be running in the form of slider. And this slider we have already learned on how to implement it in our previous section, which was most popular courses section. And we have a couple of courses card here, and this particular cards are actually in a slider component like this. So in this case, first of all, I'll be just going to be copying exactly like this particular section. So let's go back to the code, and in our code I'd like to create a new file under components called feedback.jsx. And this particular feedback.jsx file will be, first of all, I have to place that particular boilerplate code first. And once I place it, let's go back to our courses file here, and then of course we're going to be making use of this particular courses section that we have already did. So I like to copy everything and then just like to paste it inside the feedback file here. In this case, I'll paste it inside here. Okay, now as you can see, we have already pasted the code inside our feedback file. So of course we need to be changing the name, for example this courses name here, and as well as you'll be able to find it here as well. Just like to change it to feedback. Okay, I already changed it here, and of course I like to change it at the top here as well like this. And once we have changed it, of course the next thing would be to put it inside our index.js. Just like to be placing it right at the most bottom here, right after the last import here. So in this case I like to say import, followed by the name of the section, we have feedback, and of course just select the first option, and then you're able to import it easily. And of course you need to make sure that we export it as well. Just copy this and then we paste it inside the export file here at the export function here. Then once we have already pasted it, we will go back to app.jsx, and of course next thing would be to include feedback component here as well. So in this case I say feedback, and click enter. You'll be able to find your feedback components already been imported even at the bottom here, and of course it will be at the top here. And let's click save. Let's see how our website is looking right now. So let's go to the browser here. Once after this particular section, let's the same exact section which we have just did. Basically it's just like an exact copy of the section that we just did, which is the courses section. So this particular section will be a bit different from what we have just did it here. For example, the background is going to be white and text is going to be different. And one more thing is that this particular card will be totally different from this particular course card here. Otherwise everything else is the same. And of course that's what we'll be doing next. So first of all I have to change the background color of this particular section. So in this case I go back to the feedback here, and of course this is the section here. And I like to change the background color here. As you can see, the background color is not white, so I just like this case I like to change it to white. and let's click save, and let's open our browser. And in our browser, as you can see, this is the section where we have just placed the feedback section, and now the background color is white. Now let's change the text here. In this case, I'd like to change it to the text that we have committed here. This is basically going to be saying students feedback like this. I could replace this word with student, and of course I'll change the one inside the span here to become feedback, just like this. And I click save. You're able to find the title of your section has been changed. And the next thing would be to actually, this particular section subtext is the same. The next thing would be to actually create this two card here. As you can see, this card it's only displaying two at one time. So in this case, I have to change the configuration to only to display two cards at one time. And as you can see, this particular card is in a mobile version, it is actually showing two. And once you open our browser, it's showing 4. So in this case, for web version, I like to show 2 first. So in this case, I like to go to the code here, and as you can see, we happen to have all these settings here, for this particular slider. And slides to show will be 2. I like to make it to 2. Let's click save. And once as you can see, there's only 2 here. But when I open the browser, and this is exactly how we want it. There should be 2 cards only. And there you go. Right now we have already placed 2 here. The next thing would be to actually change the card here. And let's go to the bottom inside the return function. I like to change this particular card here, which is just say card. So I like to create another new component inside our components folder. Like to create a new file called feedback card.jsx. Just like this. And once we click enter, we are able to go inside the feedback card. And of course, I need to be having some boilerplate as well. So in this case, I like to say RAFCE. Click enter. And then you're able to find your card. The component has been displayed here. And next thing would be to actually go back to my feedback here. First, I like to remove this particular card here. Like to just, as you can see, I don't want to use any of the repeating group here. I just want like to use, first of all, I like to create a simple component called feedback card here. As you can see, select the second option, and then you're able to import it at the top here as well. We're able to import it here as well, as you can see here. Now next thing would be to save this file. Let's remove this particular unwanted components here. Just like we call one card at one time here. And let's click save. And there you go. Right now you're not able to find anything here because the feedback card is totally empty here. So I like to go to the feedback card here, and inside the feedback card I like to create a different card here. So I like to make sure that I open this particular div here. I like to add class name. Now, first of all, of course, I will usually be starting with the background colors. In this case, I like to say BG equals to white. And of course, the next thing would be to add some padding. Of course, I like to add padding of 8. And once I've done that, as you can see, you won't be able to find anything here because the background is white. So in this case, I like to add border first. So in this case, I like to add border. Once you're able to add border, you're able to find where is your card is located. And there you go. Right now, we can't be seen properly. I like to change the color of the border to become black. So once you click save, you're able to find this is your card here that have just been created. And of course, I like to add some rounded corners here. So in this case, I like to add rounded equals to 3XL to give some rounded corners. So example like this. And next thing would be I like to go to the next part of the code, which is to actually add all these elements here. There's going to be an image here, and also there's going to be a text here. And there's also going to be another image here. So there's going to be 3 elements in this particular row here. And first of all, I like to add this particular image here. So I like to go to inside the card here. So inside the card, I like to make sure that I actually create another new div here, because I'll be arranging all these elements in one row here. First of all, the first element is going to be an image element here. So I like to create an image tag like this. So in this case, it's going to be a source here. I'll be having its own closing tag like this. And this particular image is actually like to choose this particular image that's coming from my assets folder here. So as you can see here inside my assets folder, I happen to have a file named avatar here. So all you have to do, just need to be calling this avatar image here inside our card. So let's go to this particular source here, and I like to open this particular curly braces, and inside the curly braces I like to just call avatar like this, and just click the first option like this, and then you're able to find your avatar image has already been imported. And once you click save, you're able to find your image will be placed it like this here. The next thing would be to add this particular text here, and since these two texts are arranged in vertically, so I like to create a separate div for just to store these two particular text here. So in this case, right after this image tag here, I like to create another div here, and this div will be having its own class name as well. But in this case, I like to leave the class name for a while. And first of all, I like to create an h1 tag, And inside the h1 tag, I like to place the name of the person like this. And yeah, this is the name of the person. And there will be another text box here. It's going to be a p tag. So inside the p tag is going to be the second line here, which is going to be UI UX designer. So I'll click save. And once you click save, you're able to find your text is actually placed at the bottom here. And this is because we are not actually making use of flex. So flex is what I like to use for, in this case, inside this particular div here, I like to call a class name for this. So in this case, it's going to be a class name. And this class name will be having flex like this. And then once you click save, you're able to find your text has been placed right after the image here. This will add gap equals to 4 first, so there will be some spacing between the images. So there will be some spacing between the elements like this, and there you go. Right now you have some space here, and the next thing would be to add another image here, which is basically this particular image here. As you can see, this image has also been imported inside our assets folder, which is called quotation mark, which is right here, and this is one that we're using. So in this case, all I do just need to, we'll be having another image tag here. As you can see, we have added another image tag like this, and inside this image tag, I like to close this particular image component as well. And in this particular source, going to be another curly braces like this. And so the curly braces, just type quotation mark like this, and then yeah, it will be automatically be called like this. So in this case, it will be easily, you are able to import it from assets. And once you click save, you're able to find that particular image will be called like this. As you can see here, this image is not properly spreaded, and the reason why is because we have placed it inside this particular div here. So I have to just remove this particular image here, and then I like to place it right after this particular div like this. And once you click save, you're able to find your particular image is actually having a better resolution like this. But the problem is, this time will be it's actually being placed at the bottom here, which we won't want it to be at the place bottom. So first of all, I like to create another div here, but this time I like to wrap all of these two particular div here, which is the one in the top here, and then the one in the bottom here, which is the image tag here. I like to create another div here. So going to be another div like this. And inside this div, I like to place all these two elements here, which is the first div here, and then it's an image div here. And this particular div that's wrapped around these two div here will be having another class name, and this class name will be having flex as well, so that this particular quotation mark will be placed in the same row like this. And once I place flex, I like to place justify between. And once I click save for justify between, you're able to find the image has not properly having its own size here. So I like to add some height for this particular image. So in this case, I like to add class name for this, and I like to give the height equals to 8. And once I give the height equals to 8, as you can see, the image has been properly displayed like this. And the next thing would be, as I like to spread this whole space for this particular card here. So in this case, I'll go back to the card here, and of course, let's go to settings, and I like to make sure that I place for this particular 1024 pixels for mobile versions. I like to place only one slides to be shown, so that I'll be able to show only one. So that, and as you can see, once we are able to see one, and now it's like better looking than it's supposed to look like. And once you click open it, and then you're able to find, and this is meant for mobile version only. So this is when it's for web version, you're able to find there'll be two cards like this, and that's how we are making it look like. And the next thing would be to add inside our feedback card, I like to add another div right below this main div here. Right below this main div would be another div like this. In this case, I like to create another div, and this div is meant to just to have this particular text. For example, these two texts here. As you can see, I like to just copy all of this text. And once I've copied, I like to go back to the code. I'll be creating another new text box here. In this case, it's going to be a h3 tag, and I'll be placing the text which I just copied inside here. And once I've pasted it and I save it, you're able to find the text is being displayed like this. And of course, I like to add some class. I like to add some styling for this particular class as well, for this particular text box here. For example, I like to add class name for this text. First of all, I like to add the size of the text. In this case, I like to say text equals to LG, and once I click save, you're able to find your text has became a bit more bigger. The next thing would be to add some, as you can see, there's no gap in between the top row and then text box here. I like to add class name for this inside this particular div here, and here I like to add padding equals to y-axis of 8. And once I click save, you'll be having some spacing in between here and also the bottom here. As you can see here, right now I like to make sure that I don't use this particular border here. As you can see, this particular card is making use of shadow, so I like to make use of shadow instead of border here. In this case, I like to remove the border here, border and border black, and instead of border here, I like to make use of shadow instead. shadow equals to Excel. And once you click save, you're able to find that some shadow at the bottom here. And this is mainly because this particular slider is actually covering the card here. So in this case, I like to add some margin equals to y-axis. And once I click save, you're able to find your shadow will be displayed like this. And there you go. Right now, you're able to find some shadow as being displayed like this. And when you open a browser here, as you can see here, this particular card has only one card here. So let us go to the feedback section. I'd like to create another new component of feedback card here, just like this. I'd like to make a copy of this and go to the next line here. If I paste it right below here, you're able to find there'll be 2 cards will be listed here. And once there's 2 cards here, you're able to find this particular. And once you have already done this particular card here, you'll be able to find, once you open a browser here, you'll be able to find 2 browsers here. But as you can see here, there is no gap in between all these cards here. And as you can see, we have already had 3 cards here. As you can see, once at our feedback here, we happen to have 3 cards here. So there must be a gap in between them. So in this case, I like to add margin of x-axis here because we have already added a margin of y-axis. And it would be better to add another margin of x-axis right after this. So in this case, I like to add like margin of x-axis equals 2 like this. And by adding 2, you'll be able to find there'll be some gap in between all the cards here like this. And there you go. Right now we have already completed this particular student feedback section. Now let's head back to the next section, which would be the particular section here. All right, now let's go to the next part of this particular landing page design, which is this particular call to action section, where this particular section, it only happened to have one functionality, which is to actually to act as a call to action section where people will be before ending this particular page, and they'll be happen to have this particular button here, and this particular button basically to make the user to sign up for this particular page. And this is what this particular design is all about. And this particular design will be actually kind of looks the same like in the hero sections which we have did earlier. So basically there'll be an image on our one side and there'll be some text on the other side. And this is basically the same thing that I like to do. So in this case, it will be better if we can just like duplicate this particular section, and we can just put this particular image on our left hand side and make this to be on right hand side. And that's what we'll be doing exactly. And let's go back to our code. And in our code, I'll have to go to this particular components folder and I'll have to create another new file. Then this file will be called cta.jsx, something like this. And then once you have already happened to create this particular file, just need to be adding the boilerplate for functional component. And once you have created this functional component, let's go back to our hero section, which is here. I like to copy whatever there inside this particular return function. So I like to copy everything within this particular return bracket, and I like to copy this. And once I've copied, let's go back to CTA and I like to replace it on top of the div here like this, and then you'll be able to find this particular code has been pasted. And one thing you will be noticed is that of course we won't be needing this particular icon here, so I like to remove this icon. I like to add a content for this particular button which says sign up for free. And next thing would be to actually, as you can see here, this is the image of the particular hero section here. So in this case, they are using hero image here, but in this case, for this particular design, we need to make sure that we use a different image here, which in this case is going to be this particular image here. This particular image has already been loaded inside our project, and all you have to do, you are able to access it directly from this particular assets folder, which will be called cta.png right here. And this cta.png will be you are able to just directly import it inside your project. So in this case, instead of hero image, you'll have to say CTA. And there you go. Right now you happen to have the first option in this particular menu here to be which says CTA, and which comes from assets. So click on this, and then you're able to find CTA has already been loaded like this. And this is exactly how we would like it to be made. Let's click save, and then let's make this particular CTA to be listed inside our app.jsx. Before that, we also need to make sure that we call it inside our index.js. And right after this previous import here, we'll be creating another new import, and this particular import will be called CTA, just like this. And of course, this CTA should also be placed right here as well. And once we have already placed it here, we just need to be calling it inside our app.jsx like this. Just need to go to app.jsx, and right after this particular, the last import of the component, which was feedback, just need to be saying CTA like this. And of course, the first option will be the one that's coming from the component. So let's click that first option, and then you're able to find CTA has already been loaded here. And just need to close this particular component like this, just like this. And then let's click save, and then you're able to go to your browser. And our browser, as you can see, when you scroll down here, you'll be having another section which almost looks like the hero section here, which is exactly that This is the exact copy of the hero section. Now let's make it to look like this particular design of the CTA section here. So first of all, let's make this image to be placed on our left hand side on this side CTA file. So this, and inside the CTA file, I like to make sure that I place this particular image here. As you can see, this particular image is actually placed on bottom here. So just need to be, I like to drag it. I like to place it right above this particular div here. And once you place it here, we also happen to have placed this particular order properties, which in this case we won't be needing it at all, because this is exactly how we wanted it to be. So I'll remove the order, and once I click save, you'll be able to find that your image will be placed on our left hand side like this. And there you go. Right now, if you open your browser, you'll be able to find this particular image will be placed right here, and that's it. And also let's check on the mobile resolution here. As you can see, when I shrink the particular browser to mobile version, you will be able to find your image will be placed at the center like this as well. And the next thing would be to add the width for this particular image. In this case, I have to add class name, and once I have added class name, I have to add width equals a custom width of 500 pixels, just like this. And once you click save, you're able to find your image will be placed it on the bit to the right here. So in this case, I like to make this particular image to be aligned to the center. In this case, I like to say margin equals to x-axis must be auto. And there you go. Right now we have already placed mx equals to auto, and then your image is placed in the center. And also, as you can see, there's no gap in between the first column here and the second column here. As you can see, there's no gap here. So in this case, I like to go to the main div here, which is the div that contains the grid here. Right after this grid, I like to add gap equals to 8. And once you click save, you're able to find there'll be some gap in between the image column here and then the text column here. And once you open the browser a bit more bigger, as you can see, this is how we wanted it to look like. As you can see, this inside our design here, we won't be needing much text here. So the only text we'll be needing is this two here, and this text, and then this text we'll be needing. And of course, we can remove this particular text here, which is start to success. And of course, let's remove it first. All right, as you can see, the second div here, which is right here, this particular div right here, which is the div that contains the text boxes, we would like to remove the first p tag here. Once you remove the p tag, you're able to find you won't be having this particular p tag. And the next thing would be to actually, as you can see, if you were to compare the size of the text, as you can see here, this is the size of the text here. And if you were to compare to the design like this, and then you're able to find there's a huge difference in the size difference like this. So I like to reduce the size. As you can see here inside our code here for the text box of h1 here, we can actually remove this particular text size here, which says text equals to 6xl here. I like to remove this. And once I remove here, I happen to have this text equals to 5xl here, but I like to remove this particular 5xl, and I like to change it to 3xl. That would be fine, because as you can see, once you reduce the size, it looks much better. And next thing would be to, as you can see, there's a huge space between the text, the first text here and the bottom text here. So in this case, I like to remove the leading properties here, which only meant for hero sections text here. And once you remove the leading here, you're able to find there's no much gap in between them. Now, as you can see, let's make the content to become the same as the one the design here, which says join the world's largest platform today. And in this case, I like to copy the text here. But as you can see here, we happen to be a green colored text here. So let's copy the green colored text first. So in this case, the world's largest will be that green. As you can see, once we already copied that particular world's largest text here, as you can see, there's happen to be you'll be able to find there's two span tag here. We won't be needing the two span tag. We only be needing one. So I'll remove the second span tag, and I'll like to place this particular world's largest term only, the one and only span tag here. And right after this particular span tag, we also happen to have other tags which says join, which I like to paste it right in front here. And of course, there's going to be other tags here. As you can see, it says learning platform today, and I like to remove and I like to paste it right inside. And you're done with that. Once you click save, you're able to find your text has been implemented like this. And as you can see here, this is how your text would look like. And let's not forget that the fact that this particular section is having a green color background. So in this case, I like to go to this particular section. I like to replace this particular green color background here. As you can see, once I go to this inspect, I like to copy the background color, which is here. Just like to copy this, and I like to paste it inside the outermost div here, which is here. In this case, instead of PG equals to white, I like to replace this with a square bracket, and I like to paste that particular color code which I have just copied like this. And once you click save, you're able to find this section happen to have a green color background like this. And let's go to the next part, which would be this particular
this particular text here. In this case, I like to copy this particular text and then I like to just paste it in the p tag here, which is the second text box here. And once you click save, you're able to find your text has been implemented like this. And next thing would be to actually add this particular button here. As you can see, this particular button is basically the same button that we have already made use for our sign up for free button. And we can just reuse this particular code for this particular button here. In this, so in this case, I like to remove the form section here. I like to remove everything that's inside the form. And I like to go to that particular Navbar file which is here. And I like to look for that particular sign up for free button which is here as well. And as you can see, this is the one that I like to copy. And I like to go to the CTS section and I like to paste it right below this particular p tag like this. And once you click save, you'll be able to find your sign up for free button is already been listed here. I like to open this particular browser here. You'll be able to find this particular button is actually filling up the whole space here, which I don't want it to look like this. But I like to make sure that I only happen to have this particular. I like to make sure that this particular button only should be having this particular width here, and does not actually fill the whole space for desktop version. But for mobile version, it's perfectly fine to actually to fill the whole space like this. So in this case, I like to go to the code again, and I like to remove this particular flex column here, because this particular flex is the one that makes the elements to fill the whole width of the column. So in this case, I like to remove all the class name here, and here let's click save. You're able to find your button will be having this particular size like this. And once you open your browser, you're able to find to be having this particular button here as well. And this is exactly how we wanted it to look like. But as you can see, also for mobile version, we need to make sure that the button is actually filling up the whole space, and so that it will be far more user friendly. And for this case, I like to use width equals to full. In this case, let's say width equals to full like this. And once you click save, you're able to find the button will be filling up the whole space. But this particular width equals to full must only be appearing when the resolution is meant for mobile version. So in this case, I like to say max. And in this case, I like to add the resolution of this particular width, which will be 780 pixels like this. So that should be the one that mostly be preferable for mobile version. And once you click save, you're able to find that this actually button is not actually changed anything yet, because this only applies for desktop version like this. And once you have crossed this particular width of 780 pixels, you will be able to find this particular width equals to full function will not be applied. And that's what's happening right here. And let's also add some margin. As you can see, there's no space in between the button and the top text here. I like to add margin equals to y-axis, which equals to 4. And once you click save, you're able to find your button will be having some gap in between them. And also, let's not forget, if you open a browser a bit more bigger, as you can see, this particular image is actually not aligning to this particular text here. But then as you can see in the design here, this is how it looks like, where they are actually aligned to the center like this. As you can see, this is the one. But then as you can see in our design, it's not actually centered here. Both of them are actually aligned to the top here. And that's what I like to do right now next. So in this case, and before that, I like to add border to actually see where is it the space of this particular elements are actually being bounded by. So in this case, I like to add border. And as you can see, once we added border, you're able to find this is the boundary of your container here. This is the container that we like to making sure that we keep the one in this particular container. And let's make them align to the center. And as you can see, right after this border that we just created, I would like to add item center. And once you place item center, you will be able to find your items actually aligned to the center. It's exactly like this, by the way. And there you go. Right now, we have already made this particular container to be aligned to the center. The next thing would be to actually let's follow the design here. And as you can see, the designs happen to be having the image to be having a bit more bigger than the size that it's supposed to look like. And in this case, I like to increase this. As you can see here, I like to increase the size of this particular image here, so that it looks like that it's supposed to be filling up the whole space of our left hand side column. So in this case, I have to go back to the code. I like to increase the size of this particular image which I have just created. I like to increase the width of this particular image to be around like 650 pixels, and that would be easily be complementing the whole section's container. As you can see, now it's better looking like in the design here, and this is exactly how we wanted it to look like. And that's it for this particular part of this section. And let's not forget to remove this particular border here, because this is the border that does not actually make any design contribution. As you can see, we have already done this particular section here. Now let's go to the next section, which will be the footer section. In this particular footer section that we are about to code here, as you can see here,
there'll be 4 columns right here. As you can see, this is the first column right here. First column will be having the logo here. There's some text boxes here. Then there'll be a list of icons that are covered by background shape like this. And of course, as the first column will be. Second and the third will be almost the same, where there'll be a list of links here, and also for the third column will be the same, almost the same here. And then the fourth column will be having an input box here, and then there'll be a button here. And that's basically all about the footer actually. So let's get back to our code, and in our code right here, I'd like to create another new component here inside the component folder. I'd like to create another new file called footer.jsx. And once you click enter, you just need to be adding the same functional component boilerplate by saying rafc here, and then you'll be having the same boilerplate. And next time will be to actually to give this particular section its own container. So we can just take it from the previous section, where we can take it from the CTS section, where as you can see here, this is the outermost 2 div that we'll be using here. As you can see, let's copy this particular 2 divs here and go back to the footer here, and I like to replace it inside here like this. And I need to make sure that I have its own closing for both of this particular div. That's the first one. There'll be another one. And there you go. Right now, this is how you are able to make a simple container with a section right here. And next, let's make sure the background to be white color. But as you can see in our design here, this particular footer will be having a white color background. Just like it, we can just make this particular color to become white, just like this. And of course, and inside the container that we have just made it right, and inside the second div here, this particular div is basically to make, there'll be a row of 4 columns like this. So in this case, we're going to be making use of the same grid method. So inside this particular div here, there'll be 4 rows. So in this case, inside the code here, I would like to use grid like this. As you can see, that's already been used here. And besides grid, as you can see here, I also like to make sure to use grid column. As you can see, like this here, as you can see, grid column is actually 2 here, but instead of 2 here, I like to make use of 4 first, because as you can see, that's what we'll be using. There'll be around 4 columns like this. And besides that, we can start adding our columns here. So in this case, like inside the first div, I like to create the first div here inside this particular div. In this case, I like to create div, and inside this div, I like to add a class name inside this particular div. And this particular class name will be having a border. And this particular div is just meant for showing you guys on where is this particular columns located. So once I click save, and let's not forget, we also must make sure that we import it into our app.jsx, so that we'll be able to read it from here. As you can see here, we need to make sure that we also need to import footer. And this need to be replacing this particular CTA with footer, just like this. And of course, we need to make sure that we call footer inside this particular exports as well. And once we have exported here, we must also need to make sure that we export it inside app.jsx as well. So in this case, after the CTA component which we have just created, just will be creating a footer component, just like this. And of course, just select the first option here, and then you're able to import it directly like this, and that's it. And that's the basic step of creating a simple footer, creating a simple component. And let's open our browser. And in our browser, as you can see, if you scroll down, you will be able to find there's some gap. This is the section, this is the component that's meant for the footer right here. As you can see, this is where exactly your column will be located, the first column. And inside the first column, according to design, I like to have all this content here. For example, the first thing will be to add logo. So I like to add a logo first inside our code. And let's go back to our footer here. In this particular first div that we've just created here, this is the div number 1 right here. I like to add a logo first, logo of our landing page. So you can actually get our logo coming from our assets here, but we have already used in our Navbar here. So all you have to do, just need to go to Navbar, which is right here, and just look for the logo inside here where we have already used. In this case, we can actually find it from here. As you can see here, inside our Navbar, we have already made use of the image.source code logo. So I'll copy this. Just like copy this and I go back to footer, just like to replace it right here. That's the easiest way to import anything. So in this case, of course, once you import it here, as you can see, you must also import it here as well. So just need to make sure that we also just need to type our name of the logo here, then you are able to get it directly from assets. And once you click save, you're able to find your logo will be imported right here. As you can see, it's right here. All right, next up, I like to add the following content. As you can see, there's contact us text box here, so I like to add that right below this image logo here and H3 text box here. In this case, I'll create H3 tag just like this, and inside here I like to place contact us just like this. And of course, as you can see, once you click save, you'll be able to find your contact us is actually very small like this. As you can see, it's very small. until it's not very visible according to the design here. So we can add more font size to this particular contact us text right here. So in this case, I like to add class name for this particular contact us text box here, which is I like to say class name. And first of all, I like to increase the size of this particular text. I like to say text equals to 2XL. Just like this. Once you click save, you're able to find your text becomes a bit more bigger. And also we can also give some font thickness for this particular text here. In this case, I like to add font equals to bold, just like this. And there you go. Once you add one font equals to bold, you're able to find your text has became a bit more bold. And the next thing would be to add, as you can see, there's no gap in between the logo here and then there's a text here. So in this case, I just like to give like a margin top. I like to say empty equals to 10. And that would be giving a space between the logo and this particular contact us text. And let's go to the next one, where it's basically this particular call text. I just like to copy this text here, and then of course I need to make sure that I go to the following. I like to create another new HT tag right below here. I like to paste the content which are coming from the design here. I'll click save. As you can see right below here, you're able to find the call details here, but let's keep some space here because there's some space in between here. And according to the design right here, there is some gap in between the contact us and the call text here. So I must giving some padding of y-axis. So in this case, I like to add class name. And first of all, I like to give padding equals to 2. Just like this. And as you can see here, once I give padding equals to 2, there's some gap in between them. And also, as you can see, there's some difference in between the color of the text here. As you can see, this particular text is having a different color than what we are using. So I like to copy this color which is being listed right here. And we can just go to our code and we can just type text equals to the color code that we have just copied. You must place it inside a square bracket like this. And once you click save, you're able to find the color of your text has been changed. And let's copy the exact same H3 tag and I can paste it right below here. And let's replace the content with this particular address right here. And let's go back to our code. We can just paste it right like this. And as you can see, once I click save, you're able to find the text has been used. Actually, it's using the whole space here. Let's give some breakpoint here. As you can see, there's a breakpoint right after this text here. So I can place it a break tag like this. Just like this. And once you click save, you're able to find there's some breakpoints right here. And next, we can also add another text, which is this particular email here. We can just reuse the same H3 tag right here. We can just make a copy of this. You can just paste it right inside here. And you can just replace the content of this particular text which we have just copied, just like this. And once you click save, you're able to find there's another text box right here, right below here. And this is exactly how we wanted it to look like. Next thing would be to add this particular list of icons. And these particular icons are actually basically coming from, of course, React icons. So React icons will be useful for this particular part. And let's go to React icons and let's gather some icons that we will be using. And in our React icons, we can just search for Facebook or any type of, or any social media icons that we're going to use. So in this case, I will use Facebook here. And the most accurate icon that we'll be using is basically FAF. As you can see, this is basically FA. It basically stands for font awesome. So this is what we'll be like to use here. So I'll click on this, and right below the H3 tag here, I'll like to create another div. And this particular div inside here is where I like to place that particular icon which I just copied. So in this case, I'm just creating an empty tag like this. And inside here, I like to place the name of the icon which I just copied. And of course, I need to be closing this particular icon like this. And not to forget, we must also need to import it right at the top right here. We need to import this particular icon which I'm just using. So in this case, I'm going to say import and place that name of that icon inside the curly braces like this. And this is coming from React icons. And of course, this specifically is coming from FA. So you can just place it like this. And once you click save, you're able to find there's an icon that's actually being listed right like this. And there you go. Right now, as you can see here, this particular icon is too small when you compare to the design here. So we can actually change the size of this particular icon. We can add some size props. In this case, add size equals to 25 should do. And once you click save, you're able to find the font has been increased a bit more. And also, let's not forget, this particular icon has its own separate color like this. So in this case, I will copy this color code here. And this particular color code can be accessed via here. Copy this, go back to this particular icon. And in this case, we're going to be using a different way to call this. So in this case, we must call style. And inside the style bracket here, we must create another new curly braces, and in which way we need to be placing a color properties, just like this. And we must be placing the color code which we have just copied just inside a quotation mark like this. And there you go. Once you click save, you'll be able to find the color of your icon has changed. And that's the first step right here. The next step is actually to give the color of the background here. This particular background is actually having its own set of colors. So in this particular div right here, we'll be having a class name. So first of all, I must be giving a padding equals to 4, just like this. And once you give a padding equals to 4, you can find that your icon has been centered to a bit to the center like this. And let's give a background color first. So bg equals to, and let's go back to design. Let's copy the background color. Let's copy this. And once you have copied, we can just paste it inside this particular square bracket here with a hash symbol like this. And of course, you'll be placing inside a square bracket. Click save. You're able to find this particular div is basically filling up the whole space like this, which I don't want it to look like this. So what you can do instead is that we can actually wrap another div. We can make another div right inside here. And inside this div here, we can actually grab this particular div of that contains the div. We place it inside here. And inside this div, the main div here, we can place a class name. And inside the class name, we can actually give flex. And what does flex does is actually it just makes your padding to not to fill the whole space, but just give appropriate padding like this. As you can see, it just makes a simple square like this. And next thing would be to add some rounded corners. So in this case, I will say rounded equals to XL, just like this. And then you'll be able to find your particular icon's background will be having some rounded corners like this. And next up will be just to duplicate the same div that we have just made. In this case, I will paste it like this a couple of times. Around like 5 should do. As you can see, there are 5 icons here. So I just like to make sure that I actually just change all these particular icons to look like the one in the design here. But as you can see here, once I made a duplicate of all of them, there's no space in between them. So of course, I need to make sure that I add gap about like 4 should do. And when I add 4, as you can see, there's some space in between them, and that's exactly what I wanted it to look like. Alright, next up, what I like to do, as you can see, according to the design here, there's some gap. I'd like to increase the gap in between. And let's also not to forget, let's have some padding of y-axis here. As you can see, I'd like to add padding to y-axis. And I like to give around like 4 should do, because I like to have some more gap in between the one in the previous ones and the next step is to replace all this particular Facebook icons here with the designs that are actually coming from here. As you can see, there's a Dribble icon, LinkedIn icon, Instagram icon, and Behance icon. You can just take it directly from React icons, and I'm about to skip this particular step. And there you go. Right now, I've already changed all the icons that you are able to see it here. This particular icons are all coming from the same React icons like this. And let's proceed to the next step. And the next step would be for this particular column here. So we need to be creating another new div, and that particular div will be having this particular explore list of hyperlinks like this. So this is what I'll be doing next. So let's go back to our code here. And of course, I like to make sure that I create another new div right below the first div here. Create another new div like this. And inside this particular second div here, I like to have the first element in this particular section, which is this particular text here, which is basically an h3 tag again. And this particular h3 tag says explore, just like this. And of course, once you click save, you're able to find another new column will be created like this. As you can see, it's very small here. I like to add class name for this. And once I add a class name for this, you're able to find that you can actually add the text size first. In this case, I like to say text equals to 2XL, just like this. Once you click save, you're able to find your text will be a bit more bigger. And also, let's add some font thickness. So in this case, I like to add font equals to bold, just like this. Once you click save, you're able to find your text will become a bit more bold. And there you go. Right now, next, let's add this particular list of hyperlinks here. And this particular list of hyperlinks basically is going to be in a list form. So in this case, I like to use ul li tags. So in this case, first of all, I like to use ul followed by an li tag like this, just like this. And I like to place the content here first. In this case, let's say home. And once you click save, you're able to find there'll be a text will be listed right here. And of course, I like to add some styling for this particular ul tag. So in this case, I like to add class name. And this class name, the first of all, is like I like to give a padding of y-axis equals to 6, like this, and then there'll be some gap in between them. And of course, I like to change the color here as well. As you can see, the color here is being used. It's actually gray. So I like to use this particular color that have been used here. Go back to here, and I like to change the color of the text here. In this case, I like to say text equals to. Need to open the square bracket, place the hash key, paste the color code which I just copied. Once you click save, you're able to find your home will be having a different color like this. And let's add another list here. In this case, like to copy and this, and I can paste it right here. Let's click save, and there you go. As you can see, the second tag is there's no gap in between them as well. So in this case, I like to add like a class name for this, which contains the padding equals to y-axis equals to 2 like this, and there you go. As you can see, there's already been some gap has been made. So in this case, I like to copy the same class name and I like to paste it for the second li tag like this, and there you go. The next thing would be to actually just to make a copy of this another time like this. Once you click save, you're able to find a list of tags will be created like this. So in this case, just try to replace the content to match this particular design like this, and there you go. Right now we have already changed the content right here. Next thing would be to just like to make a copy of the same tag which you have just created, just like to paste it right below here, and there you go. Right now if you already created another new tag like this, as you can see, it's just going to the bottom here. In this particular column here, I like to change the content to match the design again. And in this case, the first thing would be to add category, and there you go. Right now you have already created the third column here, and this is basically coming from the content is basically coming from the design here. And after this particular column here, we are able to do the last column here. In this case, we create another new div right below here, just like this. And this particular div, we're having an input box here, and then there's a button here, and of course there's some title here, and then there's some text here. And first of all, of course, let's create these two tags here, which is just basically almost the same like in the previous one. So in this case, I will copy the h3 tag here, paste it right here, just change it to subscribe. And let's make another new text box which have already been used. In this case, I will use basically this particular text box here. In this case, I have to go to that particular h3 tag which I did earlier. In this case, I'll copy this and I have to paste it right below this particular h3 tag which we have already made, and I have to make it to the center a bit. And once you click save, you're able to find there's another new column has been made, and there you go. Right, and this is exactly how we want it to look like. Next thing would be to add this particular input box here, and this particular input box will be having email here as well. So this is basically we're going to be making use of form. So in this case, I will create another new tag called form, just like this. And inside this particular form, the first tag will be input. And this input tag is going to be a self-closing tag, just like this. This particular input, let's add class name first to see where is it located. So in this case, let's add class name, and also I like to add background color for this. In this case, I like to add a manual color that's coming from this particular design here. In this case, I like to copy the background color of this, copy this color code, go back to our code, and just paste the color code inside here. Just make it a square bracket like this. Once you click save, you're able to find your input will be located right inside here. And next thing would be to do is to add some padding. So in this case, I have to add padding equals to 4. And also I like to make the width to be full. And next I like to add some rounded corners for this. As you can see, there's some rounded corners. So in this case, I like to add rounded properties, just like this. And then you're able to find rounded corners around this particular corners of this particular input box here. Next up would be to add some placeholder. And in this case, I like to bring this to the bottom here so that you're able to see what's going on inside here. And this particular placeholder is just basically the same placeholder that's coming from here, which says email here, and then just need to be placing it right inside here. And once you click save, you're able to find your text will be listed here like this. And there you go. And next up would be to add a button here, and this particular button is basically the same button that we have already used previously. As you can see, we have already used almost the same button like in here in the previous section here. So I'll just try to go back to the previous section, which was CTA section, which is right here. Just like to copy the button that we have just made it like this. Copy the button and go back to footer. Just paste it right below this input like this. And there you go. Right now we just pasted the particular button here. And let's change the content here according to the design, which it says subscribe now. Just like to copy this and go back to our code. Just like to replace this particular text here. And once you click save, you're able to find your text has been updated. And there you go. Right now, as you can see, this particular footer is actually having 4 particular columns here. So basically, when it's the mobile version, you're able to find there will be only 1 column will be used for mobile version here. But in this case, I like to make use these 2 columns here to be inside 1 column. So what I can like to do is that I can actually increase the number of columns and make this particular first div here to take 2 columns here. So as you can see inside the first column here, I like to make sure that I have call spend equals to 2. And as you can see, when I click save, you're able to find this particular section is actually not having some gap here. So in this case, we need to remove the item center properties here. Like remove this, and once you click save, you're able to find this is actually aligned to the top here. And next thing would be you would actually find weird is that, as you can see, when I open this particular browser here, you're able to find this particular column is actually going to the bottom here. The reason why, because there's no column that has been allocated for this particular column. You must be increasing the number of columns here. In this case, it says grid columns equals to 4. We just need to increase it to number 5 like this. And once you click save, you're able to find this particular column will be located in the same row like this. And of course, let's remove this particular border here. And this particular border is basically just moving from here. And once you click save, you're able to find the footer sections border will already been removed. And next thing is, as you can see here, we can also make sure to use this particular section to have more than one column span as well. As you can see, let's increase another column number. As you can see, we can, instead of column number 5 here, we can put 6, and we can just create the same call span to, or we just copy the entire class name to this for the last div right here. And this need to be pasting it right inside here. You're able to find this particular column will be using the whole space like this. And once you open the browser, you're able to find you happen to have a nice good looking footer. And let's not disregard the fact that this particular input is not actually in the correct proportion here. As you can see, this particular column input is too long compared to its design right here. And what we can also do is that we can actually make this particular call span to only show when it's mobile version. So as you can see here, all you have to do just need to copy this particular max equals to 780 pixels properties. Just need to be placing it right inside here, just like this. And once you click save, you also need to make sure to have this particular column to be having to number 6 here only when it's mobile version. And just need to make sure only for mobile version, this particular grid number of column will be having 6. Which needs to be pasted right here, and then you need to be replacing this with number 6 right here for MD equals to 5. And need to make sure for mobile version, you need to make sure that we should only be giving maximum of 2 columns. And there you go. Right now, let's click. Once you click save, you're able to have a nice, good looking design like this. And there's still some touch-ups that would be needing here. As you can see, the button right here should look more like the one in the design like this. So let's go back to our code and let's change the padding equals to y-axis to 5. And padding equals to y-axis should be changed to 3, just like this. And let's change the font thickness here. As you can see, in this case it says bold. I'd like to change it to medium, just like this. And the last thing would be to give some gap here. As you can see, there's no gap in between the text here and then the input box here. So in this case, I'll go back to the form here and add a class name for this. And this class name will contain padding equals to y-axis equals to 4. And there you go. Right now you happen to have some gap in between the text box here and then the input box here. And there you go. Right now we have already completed the footer section, and that's the end of this particular development course here. And next up would be to upload this particular code that we have just made into GitHub, and let's do that. In our GitHub account right here, all you have to do, we need to create a new repository by going to this particular top right corner here, and just need to click on this particular button. Just click on new repository, and you will be prompted to this particular page where you will be needing to name your repository. In this part, I'm just going to name this particular project to be called practice landing page. And this name is available like this. And also you need to make sure, in this case I'm using public because I'm about to share this particular repository to you, and that's the reason why I've chosen public here. And if you would like to make your repository to become private, you can choose this particular option here. And otherwise you're already good to go and start creating a new repository right here. Next thing would be to you need to paste this particular code here. Just need to copy this particular code right here, or you can just click on this particular copy to clipboard button right here, and need to go back to our code. And in our code, all you have to do, open the terminal right below here. Just need to stop the server from running, and you can just paste the code we have just copied from the GitHub right here and press enter. There you go. Right now it's already been created a new branch called main. And all you have to do, you need to go back to our GitHub repository here. You need to make sure to click refresh. And as you can see here, there's no code has been pushed yet because this particular branch has only been created and no code has been pushed.
And next thing to do is actually we need to push this particular code that we have already been created right here. So in this case, you need to type this particular command in the terminal right here. This can clear the terminal for a while. The first command that you should be adding is git add followed by a dot like this, enter. And the next thing would be to you need to make a message for your commit. So in this case, I'll have to add git commit -m followed by your message. In this case, I like to say the first commit just like this and press enter. And right now, as you can see here, in this case your branch has already been cleared. Next thing would be to you need to push your code that you have just committed. As you can see, your first commit has not been pushed yet, so in this case you must go back to our code. All you have to do, just need to add one last line which says git push, and that's it. Once you click enter, and your code will be pushing it to your repository. And as you can see here, once it has only been pushed, you'll be able to see inside your repository, and when you click refresh right here, you'll be able to find this new set of files has already been loaded. And as you can see, the message which we have just wrote, which says first commit, has also been implemented here. And that's the way how you are able to deploy your code to GitHub. And the next step is to deploy it to Netlify to make your website to become a live website. So in this case, let's go to Netlify. So Netlify is basically a platform where you can host your websites, where the code can be sourced from GitHub. So in this case, let's click on this particular login button here. I already happen to have an account, so in this case you need to just click on get started for free button. So I can just like go to my Netlify dashboard like this. The next thing would be to actually, as you can see here, we can actually create a new site here by clicking on add a new site right here. And in this case, I'll have to import an existing project which comes from my GitHub account right here. And all you need to do, you need to make sure to click on this particular GitHub icon here, GitHub button here, and this button will connect to your GitHub. There you go. Right now we have already connected to our GitHub, and next just need to make sure to look for our GitHub repository which says practice landing page. As you can see, when you scroll down, you're able to find that is practice landing page will be here. Just click on this. Next thing would be to actually we need to deploy the site right here. Just need to click on this, and there you go. Right now, the site is being deployed at the moment. And there you go. Right now your site has already been deployed right here. As you can see now, next thing would be to actually you can click on this particular image here so that you're able to find your website has already been live. So in this case, your website, this is your website that's already been live with this particular link here. So as you can see, this is your website. By the way, all you have to do, you're able to access it from anywhere using this particular link. And let's say if you like to change your link, you can just click on this particular site settings button right here, and you can go to this a bit to the bottom here, and then you can actually click on change site name right here. And as you can see, in this case, this is the name that has been given by Netlify. So in this case, I can just say React, or you can say practice, and followed by landing page like this. And then once you click save, as you can see, the name has already been taken. So I would like to say, I'd like to add another term here so that it becomes more unique. So in this case, practice React landing page. Once you click save, you're able to find your site will be able to have a more custom name, for example like practice React landing page. And if you like to use a specific domain name, you can just like change the domain name using this particular settings as well. And there you go. Right now we have already completed our website here. All you have to do, we need to make sure to click on this particular icon so that you can see your newly created website link has been just created right here. And all you have to do, and that's the end of this particular tutorial here. We have already completed on creating a full-fledged landing page together with deploying to a particular server that's called Netlify. And thanks for watching this entire process of developing this landing page, and I hope this will be very helpful for your knowledge, and this will indeed be helpful for your development in the future. And thanks again for watching the entire video, and let's catch up on our next video. Goodbye.